You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano-technology, the nano-material which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. We are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Would you like to be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology? The Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is now taking applications for the Man-Originated Zone Habitation and Nutrition Training Program, or MOJAN. The goal of MOJAN is to teach trainees how to create and utilize the magnetically oriented joint habitation and nutrition system that will be used for life in space. Be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology. The 3-month Mojan training program begins in the fall of 2016. Apply today at mojan.kfssi.org. Trainees will be taught every aspect of plasma technology needed for them to go to space and survive, and will be educated in space ethos. Participants are expected to bring the knowledge forward to the peoples of their nations to prepare them to become peoples of space. Matter propulsion technology. To date on Earth, we use inefficient and costly rocket propulsion technology, which burns fuels to overcome the magnetic gravitational fields of the planet to go to space. We power our rockets, our cars, and our homes by burning matter to release the energy that we convert from one form to another in order to create motion and usable energy. As well, to achieve objectives, rockets, for example, have to carry large and heavy payloads of fuel, which means that they're payload dependent. Matter propulsion technology is very destructive, inefficient, polluting, and wasteful. Now, let's look at the new alternative, plasma technology. Plasma technology uses the properties of the entirety of plasma to create motion, lift, and energy without destroying the characteristics of matter. The system utilizes magnetic and gravitational field interaction to attain positioning and motion. Nothing is burned, there's no waste, and no pollution is created. Plasma technology is efficient and not destructive. Current human scientific achievement is the result of a progressive evolution in science and technology over thousands of years. Plasma technology is the next step in that evolution. It's viable and it's here today. You could be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology. Apply today to the Mojan training program. The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world.
Welcome everyone to the 119th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for June 23rd, 2016. And once again, as always, we'll be here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I'm assured that today we'll have lots of surprises for us. to say the least. So let's get right into it here with Mr. Keshe. Are you there, Mr. Keshe? I think we might have to unmute you, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay, as usual. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever and wherever you listen to us. Today we have a number of disclosures, and as you are aware, all the work we do, as we said in the teaching of Tuesday, is to create a condition and create an environment for man to take into space. And as we said, part of the interaction of human race with universal community is for a man to start building up his own universal community, understanding of what the universal community means. It's not just one, but it's totality of us, because we are part of the universal community today as we are. But we are not aware of the family which is waiting for us to greet us. In so many ways, there are rules and regulations, and last time, a couple of presentations before, Rick read you a couple of the basic principles of being a member of the Universal Council. Interesting enough is that we met for the first time last week, or we had a chat with the people who nominated themselves to be the member of the council. You have to be aware that we work on two platforms. One on a platform of correct conduct, but another platform of knowing there are people at this moment who see the way they have abused human race is going to change, and they don't want to change. So they try to infiltrate the Keshe Foundation and Universal Council to do all sorts of things. We pray for their soul. That's all we can do. But what it is, in the meeting of last Wednesday, I have asked the people who are in charge as part of the Universal Council being present, to make extracts from part of the communication we had with the members of the council. We play, it's about 20 minutes of it today, because we have to know where we are going. It's not just teaching and teaching. We said we've done most of the teaching, we've done most of the work. Now is putting it together, the credibility and understanding what is the next step. I'm going to go silent for 20 minutes, because if you think and if you are to become a member of the council or supporting members of the Universal Council, you need to understand how and why and the reason we sit behind it, and we promote it and we support it. And it's for the human race to enter the universal community in a way. This is part of the plan of teaching and bringing mankind together, that we speak as one word, we speak as one race, we speak as one nation, we speak as one group in the universal community. Rick, would you like to play this video? It's about 20 minutes. Listen to it. It's like me talking. It's me talking to the Universal Council. The strange thing you will understand in this communication is I can never become a member of the council. It's been disclosed why and how. And secondly, I don't take any position in the Universal Council, because I belong to another council, which you all will know soon. So let's listen what are the conditions of us to become to the level of the what are called Universal Club of Races of the Universe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Yes, I think I have this ready to go.
You must have just received it.
Yes, and it's just been edited. I hopefully it's edited correctly for you.
Right. No problem.
If there's an issue. Okay, let's start.
The reason the language is chosen is not the language, is to understand the true culture of community. Because we might speak several languages, but we don't really understand the true culture, even though we lived there for a long time, than being born to understand the culture which is embedded and ingrained in the ethos of the way the mentality of the nation has been set. So the reason we choose languages is not the words, but understanding the emotion of the culture, how it reflects and operates its thoughts. So if you speak two languages and it's not your original mother language in a way that you've been born and bred with it, but you speak another language fluently because you lived there for some time, as a guardian is okay, but as a representative of the language, understanding the culture is a little bit too far. So when we ask for the language is for understanding the grain of thoughts, the way the community thinks, operates, and this is the target. Understand the culture of the ingrained in the mentality of the what you call area or upbringing of life in that area. So when you nominate yourself as a member of a council for a language, you have to don't consider that I speak the language so I can stand for it. Is do I understand the mentality? Do I understand the emotion? Do I understand the way a nation thinks thoroughly from the foundation? And then we stand to represent the nation. I was born in Iran 15 years, lived in England for 30 years. I lived in Belgium for 10 years and 3 or 4 years in Italy. In a way, I don't belong to any of the cultures because I lost the essence of upbringing in Iran at the age I left very early. So it wasn't mature. I lived in England 30 years. I never, even though I speak English, I understand the culture, but I don't have the insight ingrained into the whole background culture of the nation. And the same with the Belgian and the Italian. So when we speak about language, we have to be part of it, that we understand the totality of it, that when we make decisions to support the language is not prejudice, but is there to be equal with the others who do with other languages. And this is going to be very hard for a lot of members of the council, immensely hard. So if we understand this, then we are into the next step of development of the council. And those who stand as a guardian is there to be for a time till the people who understand the essence of the culture will stand for the language. The way you select yourself is not to be that I'm a member of the council, is you see somebody else who understands more of the culture without prejudice. Because we will see in a coming time to be a member of council is, from humanity point of view, is a prestigious position to be in. That people get carried away with a position. And this is what we're trying to, from the beginning, to uproot. In a way, when you become a member of the council, is not a privilege, but it's a service. You're there to serve. And in time, you will see if I can serve better than the others, or the others who can serve the humanity better than me, then you step down, or you become a support till somebody in the group which is part of your culture or speaking language can do better to serve the humanity or to serve the community. The problem will come when the pride of the man takes over the position of the man. And we have seen this already in the number of people who decided to become a member of the council, and before even the accepted as they have misused the position. A number of people have been rejected from the council for this reason. I'm a member of the council and I want to do this, that, and that. The position with the member of the council, I'm a member of the council, I would like to serve humanity this way. Not using the position to influence the name. And this will be very hard. In a way, if I can put it, the member of the council should shine that the people come to them, that being a torch themselves, trying to see where they can light up. In a way, you serve, and by serving, you manifest the true essence of the man, unconditional of whatever it is. We do not look for a position, we do not look for a seat to be a member. We look for one and a group of people who speak the language, understand the language, as a group to shine. We are not looking for one man, the member of the council. In a time, you become a member of the committee of the councils of the language, because each man understands part of the culture without the prejudice with the other one. And this is going to build up into the position that when you meet as a council, you cover the whole emotion of the planet. This is the essence of setting up the council. This is the difference when in United Nations you become member and you decide for that group and how you can influence. With the Universal Council, you become one, how to serve humanity and the Universal Council. Let me explain to you something which might bring some light or shine some light on the understanding of it. As I explained, I left Iran when I was 16, and after 33 years, about 8 years ago, I went back to Iran by the invitation of the government. And within the first few days, I stayed there for about 4.5 months for the development of the space technology for the Iranian nation. In the first few days after going back, even speaking Farsi, being in the Iranian community, I said to one of my colleagues in the university, I am a foreigner in my own country. Being away from the nation, being away from the culture, I could not understand the culture at all compared to what I was brought up as a young boy when I left Iran. I was a foreigner in my own country. I was more foreign in Iran than I was foreign in England, living there 30 years. I understood more about the culture of English culture than the Iranian culture. So when we speak about dominating a language, is understanding the culture, understanding the need, understanding the beauty, understanding the way the culture can support humanity. Not what became like EU, everybody getting in to get the best for my country and what doesn't matter what I do. We've seen the failures with the European community. They join in to take as much as possible for one culture. They don't look. If we look, we'll support all the countries to be equal. We spend a little bit less, but we get more out. And this is what we cannot achieve, we cannot be, because we see the mistakes of the past. It should not be that we are important to be a member of the council. Is we are important to be part of bringing peace to the others in the community of humanity. And it takes a lot to change the culture of the man. We are hungry for position, we are hungry for title, hunger for being called somebody. Being a member of the council has to be in the heart of the man, not on the name on the door. And it takes a lot to do it. I always tell my children, the man in the room has a position as long as he's in that room and what's written on the door of that room. When you're outside, when you're on the beach, when you're shopping, when you're in a supermarket, nobody knows who you are. Being a bricklayer, being a farmer, being a director, being a professor, being a doctor. And this is what we're trying to bring back to humanity. And this is what has to change, and it will change. And the council has to be the flag bearer, where people look at the humble. I try to explain that we don't carry a title. Title doesn't exist. In space, nobody will call you professor, so and so, because it doesn't exist. It's a laughing stock. What man has made himself to hierarchy himself. If you look at my cards, my business, everything carries no title. The title of a man should be in the heart of the man. And if we can change that in the grain of the understanding of the member of the council, you'll walk the streets and no one will know. But they will see, they feel the essence of the soul of the serving. You hear without you ever listening to. And this is what will happen. This is what we are looking for. To change the position, if you're not even on this planet, somewhere else in deep space, and you understand what the community which you come from to serve, even as a supporter, as a guardian, has a need for. And this is what we are looking for. We are not looking for an office with a telephone, with a secretary that you can decide how you want to help. Your help does not matter, even if it's you think it's wrong, but in the way of through the soul supporting the wrong will come correct. We've seen it many times around us. We've seen it over and over. This is what is the future of mankind. This is what slowly people will start understanding. And titles will not come. We'll see very soon, in the coming time, the seat of the United Nations will be totally gone. Even the building of the United Nations shall not be there. Because it served nothing but the title to carry murders in mass. Carry murders in the name of nationhood for those who make money out of it with it. And anyone opposing it has become a terrorist organization. United Nations at the present is nothing but a place for a slaughter of the man, killing permission. We've seen it in all sorts of the places in past few years. And this should not be the position of the council. That's why you have no vote. That's why when the council meets, has no say, and taking vote what we're going to do. You support with your soul, and in a way you will understand gradually what is the wish of you. Being correct will be carried out, because now you don't speak the word, you speak through the soul and the emotion of the man. Let me explain to you something very, very clearly. We are teaching how to produce food that in the coming time, man does not need to consume. It absorbs the energy it needs. And if you absorb energy that you're understanding more and more by emotion, when you lose your mouth, that there is no need for digestion system, how are you going to communicate? Then you understand where the council is going. You communicate with the emotion, and the emotion is felt by everyone, so there is no deception. At the moment, you are the first group, first generation of members of the council, and humanity is going to go through evolution in a very short, rapid way. So, you understand, you will be like a transparent sheet And the more you receive, the more you shine. We are not offering a position, we are not offering a title, we are not offering for others to put you above the others. There is 10 Chinese who like to be the member of the council, but we have one Chinese speaking, and you have to look at that man or the woman understands more about the culture of China than me. In understanding more, he can bring more energy, more what we call giving to the Chinese community than me. Don't look at what I can do, look at the others, how better they can serve than you, the community, the language. And then choose which one. Is not to step up I want to be. With the new system is to step down to allow the others who can serve better. And then even when you see you're the only man standing, you look at yourself. Why do they think I am in this position? And how far I can serve better even the other 9 who are standing next to me, that we can serve the Chinese community. And this is how we see we have a number of French speaking, we have a number of Iranian speaking, we have a number of English speaking. When you look at each other to choose the member of the council, look at how better they can serve than me. Not I'm better, I can do more. We've seen it with the 2 Spanish couple. They came in, rampaging, we do whatever we like. We watch, we monitor, and it's enough to remove one from the place. Because the job of son is very simple, just to watch. Watch for who is destroying the position and ask and release the position. This will be the job of the future people where they sit in the place of Sadi. Just for those who proclaim or declare themselves as a member of council and abuse the position, the immediate removal. The removal are not removal, but announcing the freedom of a position. Nobody can remove, but we announce the position to be open for a new soul. So, understand where we're going. We're changing the course of the humanity by human race, by its emotion and the soul. Not by the votes, not by money, not by position, not by cars and houses and wages and salaries. I've seen this and I try to avoid it, try to bring it to be understood very fully. And in time to come, the way you serve, the way you shine. And as I'm teaching in the teachings, we'll see the level of shine, how far a man can shine. You will see it yourself, then you understand. It has a dimension, it has the clarity of the position. You will understand what I'm going to tell you in 1 second. When a man serves humanity and then the Universal Council as a member of the human race, when you're standing in front of the sun, you shall see no shadows. I hope you understood. We see no shadows in the sun. We see shadows only when there is a physicality and connection to the material world of position and possession. So, if you look for a true counsel in the future, when you stand in front of the light, you shall see no shadows, and you shall see no entity, because the soul of the council member will shine the same as the light of the sun. It will be one. And to be that, it means you have radiate so much more than what is inside, that the inside cannot be seen.
Okay, that completes that presentation. Mr. Keshe, would you like to take over?
Yes, thank you very much. So now you understand how we select the member of the councils. In a way, the humanity selects himself for it. And we've seen how some people are walking around to become a member of the council, to do what they like, to damage different things or to promote different things. The soul will bring it out in the time and when it's going to be and how it's going to be. And this is part of the work of the Universal Council. We have set it up, it starts rolling. We will meet for the first time, online, offline, in physicality in September in Rome. If you're a member of the council, you don't need to be here to be part of. With the presence of the soul, we receive the beauty of the soul. Moving on to the next step. If you remember on Tuesday, if you haven't listened to Tuesday teaching, on Tuesday we extended the knowledge into understanding of, now that we have entered into the plasma technology and the field of the plasma technology, we are extending the knowledge into a way of opening the door into universal community. And in a few hours, in the next couple of hours, we open your eyes into how technology can be used and how the technology is used in the wishes of the man to see to what to be. So many of you have shared, as you know, today I am not in the, what do you call, in Barletta. I'm outside, and so when I'm outside you only see the whiteboard, which we carry as a teaching board. If you remember, we always seen in our processes, when we had a pen, we directed the head of the pen on whatever we needed. And with it, we've seen the effect of the reducing of the pain in the body of the man. We have brought coils and we brought plasmas and ganses, and we mixed the two, the coils and a pen inside. We separated the coils and we've seen the doctors playing beautiful games with it. But all this has continuously reflected the work and the fields of what is being produced. Now we know the field exists. As I said last week and the week before, we start assessing and we start supporting the technology, that you understand how correct the technology is. And we see things. We, in the coming day and in coming time, will ask scientists who've done tests to come and explain it. Doctors who've seen results with their patients to come and explain it. Those of you who've been testing the material for different aspects of testing, we allow you to come and present it. There is one thing which changes from now on. Anyone makes presentation or wants to show presentation, all your presentation have to pass security. In a short time you understand why. We had to play certain games to a point that it had to be finished, and it's finished last week. Then we open our books because we protect you, we support you, and then you understand more of it. And then you understand why I speak about it now. In so many ways, when you use these fields and you've seen the results, you've seen the results in the Maghreb systems where you put number of coils up and you've seen the energy and production of energy. In so many ways, now we're going to the next step. 21st of June on Tuesday when we started teaching, we explained in a very simple way, now that we've seen the fields, where we actually started from the plasma as in its matter state of strength. And then we separated it as nanomaterial, and then we separated it in a GANs, and then we put the energy of these ganses in another entity in a water, which is all where these had different strength of different shape and color. Now they all give their energies into the liquid of the water with different strength. We call the liquid of plasma. Now we use this plasma as unisons, as a field. By the interaction of these fields on each other and in different fields, we manage to create what we call unified fields. Now we work with this field of plasma, unified field, and if you understood more enough that this itself carries the interaction of many, many different materials as you choose, then you understand that these ganses, once they attracted and became part of this structure, now this plasma has the power of the totality. So in fact, if you put this plasma in front of the original material, you should be able to open the atomic structure of the matter of the original metal. So in a way, goes back to the writing of understanding that the science and the technology comes back to feed itself. You start from the matter to the fields, and from fields you can change the matter or create the matter you want from it. This comes from physical to plasma. This comes from earth science to universal science, where now you can make whatever you like now that you have this field in your possession. And this is what is in the space. In the space, nobody gives you a cup, nobody gives you iron, nobody gives you bread. You gather the energy, and if you want to convert it in tangibility, you bring it in the same position in reverse to find your matter state. In a way, if you look at it, we started from matter, we came to the plasma, and we can create any matter we like from it, because now we sit in the center of the creation of the fields under control. This is what, if you go back to the teaching from the beginning, we said we don't take no food, we take no medicine, we take no animals, we take nothing with us into space in the new space technology. And at that time was very odd. How can you go? Because without a payload of food, we're going to go hungry. Now you understand you have whatever you need at a point of demand anywhere in the universe, because now you have the fields with you. You've seen how you put an orange, you tasted the orange. You wanted the field to change the condition of a cancer, it has changed the cancer. How you wanted to create metals and materials, how you transmute matters from one position to another. We have seen the transportation of the elements in the past 48 hours through the health teachings. We will confirm it further. You will understand. We have deliberately separated the agriculture and the health from public domain, because most of the people in the public domain do not understand what is and how is done, and they can create problems for themselves. In so many ways, now not only we have seen transportation, we have seen what we said in the test, and we show it again and again, how we transmute elements, we transfer elements from one position to another, where we choose, we dictate where we want it to be, and as we say in English, the proof of pudding is in eating it. Is in fact, if you look where the element was, and now when you go to condition, the element is not there, and you can find it in another place, or remove its energy to another position, whatever has been taught in the world of knowledge and science, by the Keshe Foundation, through plasma technology, by your work, is correct. We bring the scientists who do these things for them to explain if they want to. As we said, we start bringing for you to see the proofs, that you build up the credibility for yourself and nobody else. It's you who's got to be happy and satisfied with it. Understand that a lot of fake will come out. I have made a decision for past 12 months to allow some fake work to come in, to open the hand of the people who are operating in the back to discredit. You will understand very soon. I don't apologize, but I want to open your eyes to understand how we work. I want you to understand how devious the present holders of the power are there to do. They've done a lot of discrediting, but there's no more because you're doing it. You're making the macro system. You're going and making the systems and applying it in the home and everything else. So now that we have seen this power energy separation, on Thursday, we gave you a new opportunity. On Thursday, we made a new progress in so many ways to the next development of the space technology for entering man into the universal community. How do you know the community exists if you can't see it? How do you feel there is something there if there is no communication? How can a blind man see if he has no eyes? He works with his feeling. He works with the feel, the wind, the emotion he feels. Man has been blind to the universal community because man has always looked at the matter state. If it's there, if he shows something, I believe in it. So now we open the door of the universal community to the eye of the man. And then, if you understand this, then you go to using your emotion and the soul, and you shall see the creatures of life of the universe. It needs training, it needs understanding, it needs to be able to translate the knowledge to the satisfaction of the soul of the man and the emotion of the man. If 150 years ago, we would have told you you can go from one country to another across the planet in a few hours, it would have been laughing stock because it would have taken a long time with the camels and with the donkeys and the horses and ships and the boats. Now all of us travel across the world within a few hours. In the coming weeks and months, we travel the same distances in minutes. And we say, why didn't we see it before? We are preparing for that. But in traveling in that space, in that speed, you want to see. You want to see. I've been blind. How can I see the rest? On Tuesday, I start teaching you the night vision of the plasma binoculars. How you make systems that as long as you use your physical eye, you can witness the existence of universal creatures. Till you get to the point in trusting in what you have is equal that you do not need the eye. What do? We made the maggrav systems. We made the GANS plasma systems. We put them patches on our body and we saw cancer removing, cancer changing, cancer diseases disappearing and all sorts of things. What happened? We put the body of the man in the middle. We put patches or coils on either side. Field transfer showed energy level inside the body to be equals, to be balanced. Now, if we do the same, but this time we create a field transfer that different field strength in different parts of this new system can create a field interaction in this line of vision that by you standing here looking into it, because now you look through the plasma of the system, plasma of the universe, depending on the strength you create, you shall see the creatures of the universe. Because now you look at it at one end with the physical strength of the eye of the man, and on the other strength, the tunnel of the plasma of the universe. For the first time, man gets a chance by looking down this tube to start with, he can see the other creatures of the universe, their existence. They exist, and in us receiving the confirmation, we can understand, not necessarily to speak our language, but with our emotion, we understand the line of communication. So many times I try to raise this in the teaching, and now you understand why. When we put two babies next to each other, they don't speak a language. It doesn't matter if the mother is Chinese, the father is Russian, the grandmother is black from Africa, and the great grandfather is a yellow from somewhere else. But in their communication, they know each other. They know who's what and what position they have and what they need to do. This will be the same with a man standing on this end looking at the tunnel. Now, it's not the eye of the man, but the emotion of the man which shall understand and see and communicate with the universal community. If your intentions and understanding is of him, you shall hear. If your intention and understanding is he's a nice food, you will know exactly what will happen to you, precisely. So, for the first time, slowly, slowly we start opening the eye of the man in how to start with see. We have seen those who've been set out by others to discredit, already have claimed immediately they can do. We will show, we will see. But those of you who understand will see. Those of you who make these systems, you will see. You made coils in different shape or form. I've been trying to explain to you many times in past few weeks, try to do something different. Try to make in your maggraph systems, in your space systems, coils which are not made of copper solid, but coils which are hollow and tube. And now you understand why. Because if you manage to make these coils as tubes, double tubes, always have to be double tubes, that they feel the strength of one affects the other, that you have both magnetical and gravitational, then you create a condition of the plasma. So now instead of putting your tubes on a 90 degrees to create a rotation of the plasma that you can create whatever you need to do, now put the same coils next to each other. These are double coils. And then what you get is a solid. Here, at this point, you will see a different kind of creatures of the universe, and because of different change of material, here you shall see the other. So now you understand where we are going. Now you understand, it's you who will make the binoculars of the universal plasma. It's you by intention of inside you will create the condition of understanding the others. So what you need to do is very, very simple. What you need to understand is very simple. You have the tools. You produce the GANs. You dictate the GANs. You brought in the GANs of different strength. When you look into space and you see a planet, and by assessment of the scientists, they tell you these are the elements, whatever of that planet. And if you can create the gravitational magnetic field of the composition of the elements of that planet, or a star, or a position of the universe, if there is life, not if, you will see the style and the type of the creatures which live on this planet. exactly as they are. You see what kind of life it supports and what is the mentality of the support of the life. If I want to see the human beings and I stand and I see the mixture of the air, the gaseous part of this planet creates a condition of the amino acid. If I create exact composition of amino acid strength and its interaction of the matters, I should be able to see the emotion and the soul of the creatures of this planet. And through it, I shall see the physicality of the planet. I shall see the life physical condition of that planet. We do this already, but as I said from the beginning, we all were nano makers, but we never knew. We all know this, but we didn't know how. We see the image of our mother, our great-grandfather, or we see images of the people we don't know, but they tell us something, and times later we say, oh, I had a dream, I saw it, now I understand it. Because at that point, the knowledge was given to you, to your soul, and your soul receives it from another soul. It takes time for the soul to be in the position that the physicality see what the soul was told time before. But strange enough is the soul you receive the knowledge, not necessarily is from this planet, from now on that you open the door. It's the same as you have a dream about your mother. She died years ago. But she tells you the story of what is going to happen and warns you or tells you what is about to happen in your dream. Dream is an emotion. Dream is the connection between the soul of you and the soul of the mother, which the dream knows, which the soul knows, that in translation, you know this is the voice you know as mother. And in the understanding that plasma field as mother, you create the image of the mother, the voice of the mother. And the message of the soul to the soul is transferred to understanding of you in physicality. Maybe for the first time you understand what dream is. So when you come to this position, when you come to this understanding, when you come into the position of understanding the communication between the souls, when you see the creatures of the universe, it's the soul of the mother. It's you who have to understand the language, that what it means to your physical understanding. They will teach you everything you need to know. Man will never be in a safer hand than in the hand of universal community, unless you make the mistake. Unless the greed of the physicality of the man takes over the man, and you shall see the punishment of it. The punishment of it is very simple. Stay home. You don't belong to the universe. Then you shake with the shake of the planet. You shiver with the rolling of the volcanoes. Man, if does not open the channels to universal community, has already made his own doomsday. Not made for you. You have made it for yourself. The knowledge is free, but don't abuse it, because the abuse brings you back to the prison of the village where you came from. And it's very simple. Once you are red stamped, you've done it to yourself. We are not making a member of the council. We are not making a supporting team of the council. We are making a member of one member council, one race, one planet. And that's the objective, and that's what it is. Start building the Magrav units for the vision. Understand one thing. You can do two ways. You can make the environment of this plasma that you are inside it, that you see the totality of it. If you remember, a few weeks ago, I spoke with transportation through plasma. Now you understand what it means. To get more confidence, take a few of these coils and put them in front of you. Make few of these coils and put around your head. But understand, you shall see without the eye. What you see is not fake, because you have created the structure like the amino acid of the man, of the planet, which, if exists, where? And if your wish has been to join, because it looks like a good place to be, to see, transportation and communication will be instantaneous. But don't forget, before you take this chance, understand the creatures of this environment are not food. Learn first how to feed yourself from the plasma of the universe. Because when you reach there hungry, there is no food if you don't know how to feed yourself. The members of Universal Council and the members of human being have to learn one thing. Creatures of the universe are not your food. It's not like on this planet you eat what you like. Going beyond the border of the soul of the man, let alone the atmosphere of this planet, to join the universal community, even within this planet, when you start looking and you see the other creatures of the universe with you, next to you, amongst you, then it comes one point. There'll be those who will fight, and they'll be seeing their own demise. There'll be those who amalgamate, and they'll see the glory of God. The glory of God is the peacefulness of man to being amongst the universal community. To be able to see the beauty of the creation across the universe. None of you will spend a second on this planet once you see the beauty of this universe. You don't have time. You tell yourself, why did you stay for such a long time in such a messy place? So much killing, so much destruction, so much abuse. Now you're free. We'll see how you will change. This is your first test. It's the first time, due to the communication which is available to man, we have given you the first chance of opening into universal community. Look at us, see us. We are peaceful, we are calm, we are generous, and we are prepared to teach. Make a mistake is your mistake, not ours. Understand the work, you will support it. Misunderstand the work, you are in your own prison of village of earth. In a way, by showing you what to build, I have given you your doomsday, the day of judgment. All of you have been waiting for the heaven and hell. Arrived on 21st of June 2016. The heaven is opening up the man's soul and physicality to universal community. The hell is to exist in where you are on this planet and kill each other like rabbits. You've seen the pen I gave you worked. You've seen the Magrav system deliver energy. You've seen what we say now, understand, we deliver. We deliver the message of peace is for mankind to take. Not all of you will take it in one go because it's too harsh to accept, because now the rule of the game has changed. As I said, if you understand and understood why I played this tape first from Universal Council, it's very simple. When you stand in front of the man in the universe, you see your shadows. Because he's peaceful, you are not. He has everything he wants, you don't. He cannot kill, you do. You lie, he doesn't. So you stand like a patchwork of the darker spots on the surface of the sun. And each dark spot has its own color, the greed, the murder, the thieving, and everything else. So now you have to reflect back into yourself and you become the prophet of yourself. You release your own 10 and 20 commandments and you live by it. Now you understand why in the writing of Baha'u'llah says that the intelligence of the man at this age has reached the level of to the prophet of the past. It's not that you become prophet. Now you understand what they were, why they shone. So understand the translation of the word in the essence of the emotion and the soul of the man, not in the physicality of the man. With these systems, I show you more and more systems that you can see more of the universal community. I show you how you will open the atmosphere of this planet into the universal community without even leaving this planet. I will open and crack the shell of the egg of this solar system. You've been inside the dark. I teach you how we crack open this shell without even leaving the shell. Look into the true universe and then see which one do you want to choose. To be here to suffer or to be part of the others and live in a space that you're content, peaceful, equal. Start making these what I call global plasmas, universal plasmas rings. If you don't see, it means you have not created the condition for it to be seen. It's like night glasses. You can buy any kind of glasses, but if it's not the right thing, you shall not see in the dark. Now we open that man can see through the darkness of the universe. And then you'll be amazed how close you've been sitting amongst the universal community. How close you've been within. And how long you lived amongst us. But the blood of the man, which is amino acid and hemoglobin, and the structure of this planet will stand out. So, if you understood, now you have become the prophet of your own soul. You become the Messiah of your own soul. This is, I said many times, I am the Messiah. And every single one of you are Messiahs. Now you understand. When you do everything correct and act correct, you will shine like a sun and you become a member of the Universal Council, Universal Community. So please go back. I said we start giving credibility to the technology by you, not by us. We start opening the technology that you understand. But in opening the technology, we have to show those who are full of dark spots. And then we see how they operate. They set up and we let them play because we were waiting for you to see how they operate. what they did, reality works. I can show it to you, but not what their reality was wanted. Let us explain to you what has happened. Now we go to the fact about Keshe Foundation. If you remember last year, we exposed Mr. Alan D. Sterling as a pedophile. He claimed he is not, and it was a slander. He made a claim to live stream and destroyed all our teachings over 1 year. We have all the documents. We have all our videos. Nothing has been destroyed. But we took our time. We took our time, and because we knew we are correct, we collaborated with the agencies that he's a pedophile and he's one of the top guys in the pedophilia gang. And we saw the blue circle immediately going to his support because he is another one. And we stood 3 attacks, wiping out the Keshe Foundation and attacking Keshe Foundation. We became a scam, and now they built up the Keshe Foundation scam by the same group, and then they made the Keshe victims and everything else. Very strange. There are a number of these people because they're all pedophiles. They all work for the same boss. We have followed Mr. Red Circle going to the different Facebooks, recruiting people to come to the Keshe Foundation to claim something, and then go and claim to be a victim without even ever us knowing them, to create a profile of victims, the way he was working. But strange enough, Mr. Alan Sterling was arrested, confessed, and we would like you to see the judgment, how correct we were about him and how correct we are about the rest of you lot. Rick, would you like to play the judgment which was issued on Friday about Mr. Alan Sterling, please?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, it's actually be a pleasure in a way after all this person has put me through, and us and the Keshe Foundation and everyone involved. This is the article from the Daily Herald, and it shows, let me just get
We are waiting for you to share it.
Oh,
you
yes.
understand, on the Facebook of Mr. Alan D. Sterling, Mr. People like we saw on a Tuesday, the guy who came in, have you seen the Mr. Keshe warrant? These are all pedophiles, common as teenagers and young people, but he's actually 50 of the odd years old from Austria. We have all your documents. They pretend. This is Mr. Alan Sterling. You see, would you like to read us the judgment?
Yes, the title is Fountain Green Man Sentenced to Possible Life in Prison for Sexually Abusing 2 Infants.
The 2 infants are his own daughter. He's raped his own daughters at the age of 3 and 5. Exactly what the Red Circle has done with his daughters. Now you understand why they support each other.
To be straight, they didn't say rape here, and this is what the word that Mr. Sterling was so worried about in his
sodomy. He has claimed sodomy of his own children. Read.
Right, it's not rape, it's actually sodomy. So let me read, yes. A Fountain Green man received the maximum sentence Friday for sexually abusing 2 infant girls between 2003 and 2009 while living in Eagle Mountain. Sterling Allen was sentenced by Judge Gerald McCabe to 15 years to life in the Utah State Prison for 2 first-degree felony charges of attempted sodomy on a child. The sentence for each charge will run consecutively to each other, but because of the sentencing guidelines, prosecuting attorney Craig Johnson said Allen will likely have his first parole hearing in 22 years. Certainly 22 years minimum fits the punitive needs of our community, Johnson said. Allen, 52, was also fined $20,000. Allen was found through a joint operation between the FBI and the Utah County Sheriff's Office. A court affidavit states the FBI became aware of Allen in December of 2015 when they found his YouTube channel. In several videos, he admits to being a pedophile who has committed several sex offenses against children, reports state. The victims were interviewed in January 2016 and told police that because of their age, they don't remember the abuse, reports state. And that's the end of this
story. Okay. Now, let us write how we work with FBI. Last year, when we found his process, as you all know, we asked our connection within the CIA to support us. We need to bring this man down. CIA immediately puts us with the FBI. FBI took the case up, and researchers of the Keshe Foundation delivered all their research work directly to FBI in August of last year. We work closely with FBI regarding this case, because once, you have to understand, the researcher of Keshe Foundation, he really spent all his summer holiday gathering hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pages of evidence which was not open to the others, how they were operating. In work with FBI, in November, we knew everything was intact. It was just a matter of crossing the T's and putting the dots on. Then, on around February of this year, in our communication with FBI, they told us, if we get him, he will disclaim it the way what is done to you. We need him to come to us. I said to FBI, it's no problem. That was just about around the 14th, 15th of February. I asked Kerry Cassidy to interview me because she wanted to know about the free energy. But I said to Kerry, I'm going to bring Alan on, but without damage to you. She said, as long as you don't go too far. We agreed. I gave a live presentation interview, knowing Red Circle and Alan Sterling were listening carefully. Listen to the audio, is available on Kerry Cassidy show. In my talk, I said, we know the victims of Medicine Alan Sterling, they're his own daughters. And him and his company knew we know. And on the 20th, they walked in the police station, completed the file, and Mr. Alan Sterling walked, claiming he has been a pedophile. But the story hasn't finished there. You've seen how we operate. We operate correctly within the law. In doing so, by looking at the Facebook of Mr. Alan Sterling, we found out, as has been reported in Veterans Today, as we've seen, one of the biggest judges in America committed suicide because he has a full connection. Then we saw a number of people who are collaborators, Red Circle, one of them. And then we saw another number of people who are sitting there. We followed, security people followed, and then we released a number of people you see on the Red Circle list, victims, who come and claim to be. It's very easy. These are supplied to us by the security people. You see names, these are all pedophiles. These are all paid to become victims because that's how Red Circle works. We've seen huge number of these. You have to be careful. We see them, they come on the presentation of live stream and make all names accusation. You will understand one thing very, very simple. One of them is S. Abdul Latif. Mr. Abdul Latif's, I don't tell you the first of it, you know who you are. How come you're a victim on Mr. Red Circle victim list, which we never knew who you are. Now you become a victim, you're paid to be. And now we see how they are faking all the victims. There are no victims of the Keshe Foundation. Another one is, go on the Keshe victim, Mr. Salmani, S-E-L-M-A-N-I, paid again by Red Circle to become a victim. Another one, Mr. Latif, L-A-T-I-F. You see him again as a victim. Strange enough, they appear in every 50 Facebook with Red Circle in the same gathering children. We saw on on Tuesday teaching, out of nowhere, we saw a gentleman appearing and writing, have you seen the Keshe has got an international warrant red? Yes, we were watching you. But interesting enough, on Tuesday, we saw a pedophile from Austria appearing and writing articles in a way discrediting us. That have you seen it? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. He is one of the guys on the top list of his wiki. Very easily acting and playing young people's music. German speaking from Germany, Austria. Mr. Thomas, good morning. We know who you are. Interpol will pay you a visit very quickly. Be careful. Everything for you has been recorded. That's why we can talk very easily. But interesting enough, you have to understand we could not disclose this till we received the conviction of Mr. Sterling. Strange enough, Mr. Sterling, the red circle, somebody called Suzanne, and somebody called False Hope, they are all having connection to children charities. Hope, False Hope, has escaped from the United States to Morocco and has been interrogated by the police of Morocco Parliamentary Committee for trafficking. That's why you don't see her around much. But she just puts things on, nobody knows. Let's tell her why she was missing on the 30th. On the other hand, Suzanne, who claims everything else, her brother in Holland runs a what we call hidden house for trafficking children from India and Tunisia. Strange enough, the gentleman who turned up in Keshe Foundation in the teaching, saying that he has hundreds of black guys in America working and teaching, he has a child support group in Tunisia. Very, very strange, because they are all in child trafficking. They're all part of an understanding group. These are all open to us and we've been working, but we have to keep an eye on you lot and them. And strange enough, very, very strange enough, these people all work from third world nation trafficking children and then killing the children. The Keshe Foundation has, through its supporters, receives all the information continuously. We have a very vigilant group. What it is, now we see Tunisia appearing again by another group, again connected to Red Circle. He is the head of one of the biggest pedophile organizations. Look, go to his victims and follow the victims back to where him and the victims in the Facebooks appear together. Now you understand, all the victims are fake, built up by him just to do the job for his king. He's paid to do that. But we have something very, very, very strange thing to tell you. And that is, we have evidence that the Red Circle has been involved in poisoning 2 scientists to kill by liver cancer. We released the names and everything to Interpol the same. He feeds, he's brought in to write patents, and he feeds, once he gets the information, the victims in a way by the materials supplied by his bosses, the same as they did with me, to make as the victim died of liver cancer or they have that kind of problem. Interesting enough, I was one of the victims and I know who the other one is. A very high profile energy power producing man. He poisoned him too. I have met the guy. And we've taken his file. He doesn't know. So you understand, there are no victims. Just look for the names of the victims and follow them on the Facebook, the way the securities do. Red Circle and them appear together in some 50 Facebooks. They are going on the Facebooks asking people to become victims. They pay them. He has the opening account of the Central Bank of Belgium to him. He has no problem paying a man in Africa 100,000, 50,000, become a millionaire, like Paul did. Now you understand how they operate. We had to wait till Mr. Sterling has been done. All the details has followed, and now we can release it. Now we have physical evidence of people that are trafficking children and then murdering them. This is the job of Red Circle. Now you see it, not us. Now you understand exactly who we are. Yes, they become part of the students. They pretend to be students, but they are not. Exactly. They are not the students. We know. We even keep the information away from our own team for the security that we do not blow anything out. You understand something very simple. Child trafficking brings a lot of pleasure to sick people and a lot of money in their bank. And Red Circle is the headquarters of it. Don't take me my word. Go and check. See how they appear everywhere. They come here and they try to be a student and teach. And then they go, they become victims on the other side. It'll be very interesting to see what other names. On a website which is set up by the followers of the Keshe Foundation, we are looking for the name of the children who gone missing. And it's open line. You can go on it and literally look at it. It's set up not by us, but by our supporters. And very easily, it is called what it is. You look for it. Look for the victims. It's time to stop. It's time to stop the silence of these people killing children. It's time to stop murdering scientists. Now we understand what it is we are asking to do. Break the silence today. Break the silence today and enter the children you know gone missing, the scientists gone missing, who they've been in contact and touch with. You'll be very amazed in one of the entries of Alan Sterling by a comment in the Utah newspaper. It reads by Shanna Prestwich Dell. Oh my heck, that guy has been to my house. He wrote an article about my husband's business. He also featured one of his videos on his YouTube. What a creep. What a creep. Now you understand how they work. We have brought one of the biggest pedophile organizations into rock, and the worms are coming out of the box. Red Circle, you've nailed more than you thought, and all the people around you will put your name. In the website which you set up, you have your own category. 2 attempted murder, raping your own children. Alan Sterling denied, so you did. You had to pay them with $500,000 out of for your house and $500,000 to them to come back to you. Papa made a mistake. $500,000 was more than enough from the state. We have your own confirmation about pissing in front of the 2.5-year-old child, which is criminal offense. We have another victim of you that you know you've been involved to. You're involved in the murder of 2 Moroccan children in Brussels in 1990s. We released their names, they go on the list. You were the one who handled the trafficking of the 2 daughters by the rape and became the true. You are the planner, you are the backbone of the true file. That's why you are controlling everything through the politicians, and we've seen how you destroyed the politicians who came near to it. It's on the internet how you destroy politicians and the scientists. You are a murderer. 2 girls, 8 and 10, you've been trafficking. I wonder if your boss shared the bodies with you too, like your 2 children. We don't lie. Our understanding was correct case. We are the same. We've been too close to you, we gathered too much information. So now you know how they're making the victims of the Keshe Foundation. I suggest you one thing, Mr. Red Circle. Close them, because we've taken copy of everything. All your communication across the internet has been recorded. Just wait. It took us a few months to get one of your slaves and understanding. Now we're coming for you. You got to realize one thing. Children are protected by the law of God, not by your abuse. Sick man. Sick man. When I read this article by the woman, he was in my house. I wrote an article. You were in my house. I fed you. And you fed me poison to kill me with liver cancer. My liver cancer came when I came back out of nowhere from Iran. We thought it was radiation. But the new research shows you poisoned me on the table when you were eating with me to write the first book. The same thing with the other scientists, liver cancer. You are a murderer of the first degree. You are a raper of your own children. We open the books. You are involved, attempted murder. I don't know if the other scientist is still alive. We'll get it through Interpol very soon. 2 attempted murder of me and him. Twice my attempting murder to kill me. Rape of your own 2 daughters. I don't know if you raped your boy. That's your decision. We thought you were straight. You were involved in the 2 murder. If you are from Moroccan community in Belgium, go to the London Tower. The man who killed your children is sitting there. This is the responsibility of every Moroccan community, because Moroccan community fought hand and tooth to get the daughter back in 1990s. You lot don't remember. Go back and look at the file. Mr. Red Circle was most probably hiding the bodies of the children in his house. Now you know who we are dealing with. Denial, and then creating distraction to discredit, and you see the same thing as I understand. We see the same pattern of work, the same work as the bosses with Comrade in Singapore, working for a health child organization, translating medical files, selling children's organs. Mr. Comrade, you pretended to be a young boy, a child wanting to know about the technology, the same trick as your friend Mr. Thomas in Austria. I checked everything before we disclose. We've been waiting to disclose for the past 6 months, but we were told you have to wait for the judgment. Now, the judgment has been sentenced. Moroccan community, Arab community in Belgium. If you are a Flemish-speaking, French-speaking, inform. Where the 2 children were hiding was not with the truth. They were sitting with the Red Circle. He can sit with 2 dead bodies anytime he likes. He sat watching me being killed, pretending to write a book. Now you know all these facts about Keshe Foundation, all things about Keshe, and all things scam about Keshe, is to cover a big organization of criminals. A man who broke into it by trying to murder him. That's me. I am the victim. All poisoning documented in hospitals. Now we understand. Please carry on with the work of the foundation. We are all perfectly okay. Technology is beautiful, and it has brought a lot of peace and joy to a lot of people with pain. Doctors and scientists are testing the technology. Doctors are reporting to us cancer from a dog, non-existence. People with 10 centimeter diameter cancer tumors within weeks reduced to by 80%. You see people with pains, people with different diseases, working with the doctors, are walking away with it. They're finding salvation through new technology. We've seen from the reports in Africa from atomic energy centers how we have literally destroyed every bacteria in a river. Rivers of Africa are safe to drink this way. They don't need to pay millions of dollars to clean up that the child doesn't die, or you don't get diarrhea. A drop of water disinfects the water. This week I have signed an agreement with hospitals in Africa, and we have started the trials on HIV and malaria on a scientific basis, the way we've seen the other reports. In the coming weeks, we will receive the report. We have received the settlement report from Ghana Atomic, and it'll be very interesting. This is a gift from us to the Chinese people when we go to China, how to clean the decontamination of the land. We have developed technologies to decontaminate air like Beijing and Shanghai in a very rapid way. We have developed a technology of what you call new plasma generators. This plasma generator is getting developed as we speak, and we are offering it for sale at €1,800. We went out on Tuesday approximately 1,200, but we have advanced to shrink it, that it becomes a manageable size that it can be used, and that has increased the price for us, and we reflect it back because of our research and our work, and in turn what we do with it to support others. So you can buy roughly about 3 kilowatt plasma generator to be delivered within the next 90 days from the order from the Keshe Foundation from today. Our team have changed the sales panel. As you know, we said one by one, we show how beautifully the technology works. If you remember, last week, an Italian student of the foundation sent us a video showing that his fridge works with no electricity. It was nice to show. Rick, have you received the video from Giovanni that you can play?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Okay. What happened? I came from Barletta to Rome last Monday to actually see, can you take this ugly face off our face? Our technology is so beautiful.
Yes.
Soon we'll have Mr. Soon we have the whole lower, what you call it, committee on it. They will be all next to each other. Can we have the video, please, and see the beauty of the technology? I came, just if you stop it 1 second, please. I went to Rome and I went to see the system because it had to be real. I had to check that it's there. It's a third, fifth unit we've seen. And I thought it's good for you lot to see it as well. What we did, we switched the main off. There is no electricity in the house. You will see it. But you will see the rest and you understand what is the power unit we're offering is to come and to deliver. Can you play it, please?
Okay.
Here we are starting to see that Mr. Keshe is holding on his hand a foam
Of a fan of 2.5 kilowatts.
and here
There is a heater of 2.2 kilowatts. And there is a heater of 2 kilowatts or 2.2? 2.2. So we have here just about 6.7.
and
We have a fridge which is still running. That's another 150, 200. And we don't have any more plugs to add. Otherwise we could add loads more. You see the light is on, and we have disconnected the main totally. So if you can show a light,
Così potete provare a accendere qualche luce.
over
you
here
can show the light that there is no electricity in the house. There is nothing.
or even on the
There is nothing on the fan except.
Puoi far vedere
So
anche
this is
i...
only done by
Salvavita giù conviene far vedere.
Okay.
So
Yes. Okay.
we see now nearly 8 kilowatts running off the maglev, and there is no power in the house except the plug. So the maglev unit, and this can go on for a few years by the look of it. Okay, thank you very much. Today is the 20th
20, yes.
of June 2016. And so we think we can go up to 10, 20 kilowatts. There is no heating. I think this is
Fai
getting
vedere
warm.
il salvavita,
Okay.
è una buona idea.
This to the earth is warming up. Can you touch it?
Okay.
So it depends on your cable tension. You can carry on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now you see the system we are offering is at 3 kilowatt. Whatever extra you can use it is your benefit. We are moving away from the maglev system into generators. Don't forget, we built this system as one family across this planet. We stood the trials, we stood the failures, and if you look, the first maglev system, if you left it, still working, and none of you ever failed. The blueprint still stands in its origin term. But now what we've done, we have gone to the next step, that we are developing a complete unit that you do not need to rely on any supply. But in a way is wrong. We have developed a technology, we rely on the supply of energy from the plasma of the universe. In so many ways, if you speak at fields, not plasma, we have fulfilled the dream of one of our most beautiful scientists. I've said many before, Tesla. But this time we do the plasma. Now all of us have matured to go a step further. Tesla showed us the field flow. I showed you the plasma flow. He showed you one direction of the traffic. I show you both. And the traffic on both, when they come together, is massive. There are no losses. There are absolutely no losses in your system. There's one thing for sure. We will make mistakes in maybe assembling one screw or one nut. But we will not make a mistake, and we have not made a mistake in the science of understanding of the plasma. Those are who are feeble look for a screw. Those are who understand, appreciate the totality. I received something very, very interesting this morning from Africa. And it is very, very interesting. This is a scientist from University of Africa, and his is his explanation as a scientist. He's a professor. On Monday was shown, that's the name of the professor at the beginning, it says, on Monday was shown the maglev unit. He asked to explain to him. I did. We entered into realm of, as he says, that we entered into the realm of electrical engineering. He said, current square time resistance equal to power is eliminated. Does not make sense anymore. These are the true one of scientists, of the science of the power, that understand there is no resistance because the plasma flows freely. So the basic equation of the power that you work on does not exist. And this is a man, a professor. He'll be a speaker in a Ghana conference. These are the true scientists in Africa who don't lose their patents, because they have no patents to protect but to share the knowledge freely. And to the scientists of CERN, there is something wrong because they lose their income. So a professor in electronics has explained it to you in a very simple way. I squared times R equal to power does not exist in the world of plasma technology. Because now they understand, in the world of the nano layers and a plasma, there is no friction. Nothing but the flow. It's the river which runs with a high speed. It's you that throws a bucket and how much you want to take out of it. The new systems we deliver will be most probably in 3 parts. The main part will carry, as it is, the MAGRAP system, which carries the C certification. The other parts are auxiliary parts, which are not part of it, but in a way they are fuel tanks. And they are conversion systems. We're asking for €1,800, the way we delivered all the systems we sold at MAGRAP. There is a problem. I have to explain to you. In my talks, I always said we have delivered everything. And my team wrote back to me, there is a problem. We haven't delivered everything. There are 26 units left to Canada. Canadians want us to certify our system for them. It's not our responsibility. We're selling it according to the EU certification. If you buy from anywhere around the world, you want to import our goods for yourself, you've got 2 choices. We change our shipping agreement. We give you the company, we give you the bill. When you paid for it, you become the shipper. This way, you're not at fault. You're buying the goods on your own term. We don't become taking money and not delivering. You bought from Canada, from the Keshe Foundation, and now says certified for Canada. Our certification, we manufacture in Europe for the European market. The rest of the world wants our products. You ship it from now on yourselves. Once you paid us, the shipping goes back to you. Arizona Keshe Foundation manufacturing has gone into work. They are assembling their systems. Soon they get American certification. Then Americans can have that. Documents for the Keshe Foundation Canada has been signed. So the Keshe Foundation Canada is going into production. And I thank Rick and the team of Canadians who are working so hard to bring it in different ways with different companies. The Keshe Foundation Austria has gone into operation. I've signed the agreements this week. But Austria will concentrate on production of the medical systems because we have Dr. Klaus there and a team which understand the work of the health units. Today we have 11 applications from mainland China. Actually we have 12. In our future days we will release this 12 groups to start manufacturing in China. There are other manufacturers like Germany, which has already been signed, waiting to find their way, how they're going to solve their internal problem. They go for manufacturing. On the other hand, other countries, other works are very well fit. You will start seeing mass production. I do apologize from Taiwan Keshe Foundation. You understand the position in respect. Just be patient with us. I have signed your documents. It will be released on time and you understand political position of us. Other countries across the world, we support you. In Brazil, we work with you to achieve. In South Africa, we work with the same. Australia, we have to stay within the law of the nation. If you set a company up, it has to be by the law, not just something which is outside the law you want to set up. We cannot agree with it. Look at it, change it, otherwise other people who are part of the Keshe Foundation will set up the Australian Keshe Foundation. All the nations in Africa, we have already, hopefully by next week, we'll have the manufacturing set up and the Keshe Foundation signed in. Kenya will be done this week, next week. Nigeria is already complete. Africa will become flag bearer. You got to remember, around 18th, 19th of October, those of you who cannot get visa to come to Europe, African Nation Conference is set for Africa. We have already inviting a number of scientists from different universities to present papers who work around the Keshe Foundation work in past years. We are highly credible. Atomic energy organizations will not put their signature if we were not. And none of you ever stood still for 1 second to understand that. And the abusers had the rampage to do. I'm proud to announce, in the coming days, we'll have a number of Iranian scientists on board of the Keshe Foundation, health and other sections. We told you, and as being born in Iran, we'll bring Iran atomic as part of the plasma technology with us inside. Their papers will be published across Keshe Foundation as they find out and as they define more about technology. Don't forget, Iran is one of the leading nanotechnologists and the plasma in the world, according to the world authorities. We are bringing governments to work with us. We're bringing authorities to work with us and bringing general public to work with us. I thank the Chinese community for their donation and in allowing that all the Keshe Foundation technology, every single work we've done to start to be translated into Chinese, that the Chinese do not miss any part of the technology due to language. The foundation is solid. The foundation belongs to you. As I said, we are building it, we are structuring it, and the structure is just reaching its foundation. We have to build the rest on top. Teach as much as you can. Do as many experiments to show different angles and beauties of the science and share it with us. We have come to agreement and we start testing with different organizations, with different government authorities, and go to your government and show them and deliver them. You want certification, we deliver, we test. It's very easy because now it carries certification documents from Europe, from Africa, from China, and everywhere else. We are launching a very interesting point. We have seen the end of the biggest fear of the man with cancer. We can deliver technologies. You have the technologies. You got to learn how to use it, or go to the doctors who understand what to do with it to eradicate the cancer. We have doctors in the background who listen. If they want to come and explain the cases of the cancer they've done, as you teach us in the medical section, you can raise your hand. We do not ask you to come. If you see your knowledge can help and serve humanity with what you've done, please come. Raise your hand and we allow you to explain, because you're another knowledge seeker. You learn from us, share with us, but we respect your position and your expertise. Are there any doctors who want to share what they've achieved with their patients with us? Or do you want to wait? Stanley, do you see any of the teachers, of the students or knowledge seekers or doctors who want to talk?
I'm reviewing the viewers because probably they are not promoted yet.
And to remind the viewers, if you are a doctor and would like to speak, you can put your hand up virtually, and it's easier for us to make you a panelist so you can speak.
Can I speak, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, Mr. Harman, you're the master of the foundation, why not? By the way, just to stop you, we have as a Keshe Foundation Scientific Institute, we have released the first professorship of the institute. As you know, Benjamin in Ghana works within the university and teaches other students as Keshe Foundation Ghana. And he has become the first professor as a university to teach in Ghana from the Keshe Foundation. So we have a master and a professor of the science of the knowledge of the plasma. You are the master, Ahmed. Go ahead.
What I want to say, you know, I'm helping a lady with the cancer, and almost 10 days she's applying a patch and drinking the water and taking a bath. What they did the MRI, and cancer shrinked in a size or two. And doctors could not understand how could it be.
What do you mean in the size of 2?
Like it was 10, now it's like 8.
Mm-hmm. In 10 days.
In 10 days. And she don't have no pain. She was diagnosed in 4th stage of cancer.
Yeah.
So
are the cancers any other part of the body?
No, only on
just in the lung.
In the lung. She is eating normal now.
She couldn't eat before.
Yeah.
Do you have the documentation of the cancers?
Yes, I asked even CD of it. So I want to talk with Dr. Rodriguez tomorrow to discuss it further, how we can make it more better.
You need time. No, you need time. You need time. Don't rush.
No, I'm not. I'm just...
Last week we spoke about the lady who benefited by the system, and then we received communication in the background from the husband. I do apologize. To me, if I share my life and my knowledge freely, what you gain has to be free as well, irrespective of condition and position. I understand and I respect in what you've written to us. And in so many ways, by us individually coming forward with what we have, what we learned, we give the credibility because the life is credible. And if we see what we've seen, if we had doctors, I don't mention names because they have to volunteer to be here. Most of the doctors work with us. They are from across the world. Most of them are already asleep halfway middle of the night. And they will not be here. And we've seen them, they appear in the afternoon sessions, most probably, or from different part of the world. We have a large team of Chinese scientists, doctors, that they will join us in my visit to China. Hopefully we bring them in, and Chinese doctors will show us more ways of doing things. Do you see any of the doctors around on the knowledge seekers? And
Dr. Rodrigo is the solar.
Pardon?
Dr. Rodrigo.
Would he like to speak?
I think the trick promoted him now.
I'm here as a guest.
Good morning, Dr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Good morning. I thank you for you being part of the teaching. We're learning a lot from you. Would you like to discuss the cases as a doctor you have seen and what changes you've seen with us with the technology, please?
Yes, we specifically 2 cases. The first one, who was the lady who was 38 years old, who had started with breast cancer and then spread the cancer to every single bone, the femurs, the ribs, the spinal, the right brain, all the side, right side of the brain, the frontal, temporal, occipital, and cerebellum brain. And she came here, and I put her inside the health unit for a month. It's 1 hour, 3 times a day, and with a helmet also. And after 10 days, actually 8 days after we started, She had an MRI, and the tumors from the frontal, temporal, and occipital brain disappeared, all those tumors. And after a month, they're gone. And also after a month, we made a scan, and also all this tumors from every bone was gone, and everything. I mean, she's out of the tumors. We have, after a month, we have the two single tumors on the brain, on the cerebellum brain. It was reduced 80%. So then we started to use, we made a test of GANs. Actually, those GANs are, not GANs, metal on blood. We're waiting for that result just to apply the last treatment to know what kind of metals are involved in these tumors. With either are the zinc or calcium. We're waiting for that, but she's doing great. The second patient is a dog who had a cancer, met cancer on the left leg. He had 2 tumors on the size of the size of a golf ball, and I put it inside the health unit. And in 10 days, one of the tumors was inside the muscles, and the other one was between the skin and the muscle. That one, the second one, disappeared in 10 days completely. The one inside the muscles reduced 80%. Then after a month, we took also a blood test to see what kind of metals was involved, and was iron. So I made a patch of iron in 2 days. Only 2 days afterward, disappeared completely. There's no tumor. That little dog is free of cancer. We were celebrating this today, actually. I saw that little dog, and also just remaining a little pain in the area, but it's doing great. It's full of energy, it's running, and it's incredible. It's beautiful, those 2 cases.
Not only seeing but MRI, I know, I just want to ask you that you make it clear for the public. You see in the blood test changes too, or not?
All the blood tests are normal.
The cancer markers, are they there, or have they changed?
They changed. The cancer markers were reduced significantly, and but still, the lady was waiting for the test for the metals. But everything is doing great. I mean, reducing the tumor markers are too low, and the other test, liver test, because she had also metastasis in the liver, and she's clean. She's clean of any tumors in the liver. Everything is working perfectly, normal.
You are doing a test on Alzheimer's. Would you like?
Yes, I had a patient with Alzheimer. Actually, it was a lady who had Alzheimer for many years. In the last 9 months, who was completely out. I mean, just laying in the bed without doing anything, just not be able to communicate with anybody, to walk, anything. They feed him. The lady who was taking care of this patient was using cold packs on the face in order to wake her up and feed her. So I started just using zinc patch, zinc, CO2, and CH3, and I gave them those 3 patches and asked them to put them on the water container, give them water, and the lady said that it was going to see her in 3 days. So I waited for 3 days, and 3 days the lady's son called me. He was so excited and crying because an hour after she drank the water, she recognized him. He was talking. He called him by his name. He was asking why he's so weak, and she wanted to walk, and she's doing great. And she's
you give her GANS water.
only GANS water, the GANS water CO2, zinc, and CS3. Actually, patches, not not drink water, just patches.
With the water in it.
The water inside, and put the patches outside the water container. Only that, and we see the response. She's doing great.
You put the patches outside the water container, and she drinks the water from the container.
Correct.
And you've seen the change.
Yes, yeah. She's doing great.
Any other thing you can report us? What do you see as your patient?
Yes, patients with diabetes. We had I had 3 patients who has diabetes with neuropathy, severe. 2 of them severe neuropathy, and I put them in the health unit. 5 days after being inside the unit, they stayed only half hour twice a day, because they cannot come more often. And in 5 days, all the neuropathy disappeared in those 2 patients. And blood sugars totally normal in all of them, and it's still coming. They've been coming for 2 weeks, and asked them to come for 3 or 4 weeks to complete this, the whole treatment. They're doing great. Not only just the sugar or the neuropathy, but the state of mind, the awareness, and they all feel incredible good. I mean, just no dramas in the mind. They feel incredible, energized. And
how do you feel as a doctor that you can do this after many years in practice?
We never see those in medicine. It's what we learn in medicine is not this. It's just, we were deceived how to treat people. We were training to play with the diseases, to make someone else richer, but not to heal anybody. Even though all the doctors, and I know that all the doctors, we have we went to the school to heal people. We have a mind to heal people, to really help, but we were deceived. The medicine that we really learn is not the correct one. I've seen you say that one day. I remember you said the machine, the human body is the easiest machine to handle the universe. And the more I understand, the more I use this technology, it is incredible. I do believe this is so easy to change and to control the body, to change the body, to bring to the balance. And the thing is, what I have learned is not just the health unit, is the plasma. The way I see it, as my experience, is a source, is giving us the power to heal ourselves. And that's what we are learning here to be in the unit. We control that plasma. We control the energy. It's not that the plasma is coming in to heal us. It's not that. We feel the plasma. Yes, we feel the energy. But when we think about one part of the body, we send that energy to that part of the body. We control that energy. So it's given us the power that we have inside of us to heal ourselves. This is like I see this is like having a beautiful car without gasoline. Okay, you are the owner of the car, but you don't have a gasoline, you cannot use it. Even though they put a gasoline, there's a plasma. That's it. You are the one who control the car. So you are the one who control this body. And this energy just give you the power to use it to increase your own power and heal yourself. When people are aware of that, they're starting to have better results. Because I've seen people who come in between the unit just thinking in another thing and not focusing on healing. They don't receive much of that energy. But when they focus on the body, they control the energy. They control the
flow of plasma.
The plasma, yes. This is just a source for you to give it, to raise the power of yourselves, to to give you the power back to you. This is the way I see the plasma. And it's beautiful. I love this. And every time I see more patients, the experiences, I love this technology. I love this knowledge and becoming more aware of our own power.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Would you?
Yes.
You're welcome. Would you like to tell us how you dealt with the technology behind how you dealt with the cancer tumor of the dog? Because that was a specific, and you did a specific job. It's important we have a lot of doctors listen, that they understand the science. I explained it to you and you followed it. But as a doctor, explain to us how you saw it, how you did it, that we understand more of. Teach us, please.
Please enlighten me how to, I don't understand the question. So,
you know, you reduced the cancer, how you reduced it.
Okay, well.
How you depleted it from its seed, as we call it.
Well, yes, what I've seen, I mean, after you know is that when we have a cancer, yes, this technology allows us to reduce the cancer, as I see in 80% of that, the size. But we have to go to the seeds, and most of the cancer, the seeds of those cancers involve some metals. So we have to do some blood tests to see what kind of metals are involved in this cancer. When we find out what kind of metals, we make the GANs out of this metal. We use it and put up patches. I use patches connected with a nano-coated copper. Put them what's one size on the other of the patient, and the rest it's over. It takes, as I said, 2 or 3 days to make those tumors disappear. So with this technology, that reduce 80%, and then using the patches with the metal, disappear completely. That's because this is the energy of that tumor. It gives you, so it's energized, this kind of metal. So when we use it, disappear. When we use the cans, it's absorb the energy of that seed.
In a way, you've taken the most part away, and using another part of the technology, you take where it's literally like what we call like a pearl. You take the seed away.
Exactly.
And in a way, the center is not there. I have to explain something very interesting. Dr. Rodriguez listens to everything and he does everything exactly, and he gets the results with it, which is very strange for a doctor. He followed the pattern through making the coils. He makes everything himself, and he followed making the GANS patch with the iron, as we explained, that you transfer the energy of the material the way it's in the body. And by doing it, he has confirmed one of the biggest mysteries in the plasma technology, which we said. When Dr. Rodriguez told us one is disappeared and the other one is about 20% up, I explained to him what is the seed. There is something holding gravitational field of this tumor, and it's usually heavy metals. And as suggested and I've said in many of the teaching, cancer has a seed of gravitation which pulls a lot of energy. Nobody ever dies of cancer. We die of lack of energy. And then what Dr. Rodriguez followed in making the way I explained, to make the GANs of the, what do you call, you literally grounded the iron, if I'm correct. Am I correct?
Correct, you're correct.
Yeah. And then he made a caustic of it, and he transferred the GANs of it into patch. And what happens is what we said, transmutation of energy. Because the iron in the center of the cancer is in the GANS state, is a plasma, now it's in a stronger position because it receives a lot of energy. With Dr. Rodriguez putting 2 iron on patches on either side, the habit of plasma is opposite to the habit of the man. We look at the more power we put in, it'll work. With plasma you have to learn. Now you put 2 weaker patches on this either side. The cancer cell, which carries the iron of a higher order plasma, tries to bring the other 2 to its level that is equal, So it gives all its energy and its configuration pattern energy to the two plates, and in a way it empties itself, and there is no iron. That's how the center is called. And when the center is taken away, there is no support for what is attached to it, and that's how the cancer disappears. I've done this for many years, and now we see the first time the proof of it. We had a case yesterday, another doctor was explaining to us, as I explained how you transfer the tumor from the brain, and I asked a single question: did you see a flake on the skull? And she said, yes, there was a you remember Dr. Rodriguez, what she said, or is she online, she can explain herself?
Yes, she did, yes. She was, they had an indentation.
Yeah.
In the skull.
Yeah, but the seed of the brain tumor is usually a calcium.
Yes.
That's where it comes. And in making the pins she makes, she sees the like a flakes on the skull outside on the hair. And she said, yes, I've seen the skull. That is the transmutation of the actual calcium from inside the brain to the outside where she put the pen. So for the first time we understand, we have got the knowledge and the science to do what the stomach does. Many times I explained in the teaching that the energy, nothing ever crosses the beans, the carrot you eat doesn't cross the stomach, the wall of intestine. The energy transmutes from inside through the wall to the lymph. And now for the first time with these two doctors, these two tests, we received the confirmation. Now that we have created the reverse, we are transmuting the elements from inside the body outside. One, we've seen the disappearance of the cancer because with that blood test we knew it's iron. And the other one, we've seen the calcium physically outside. We need to do more and more by a lot of doctors. We invite you, if you are doctors, to join us to extend this knowledge. I thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. You've been a great asset to us. We learned a lot from you. And,
thank you, Mr. Keshe. I have learned a lot from you.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any other doctors who want to share with us? We usually do the medical section in the afternoon, and usually in Western Coast or in the American continent and China and Europe, doctors try to find a way to fit in to be there, but not this morning. If they like, they can allow their cases without name to be mentioned. In a way, with what we just heard, we have seen the end of the biggest enemy of the man on this planet for centuries and thousands of years. We have managed to overcome cancer by just the fields of the universe. We are not injecting, we are not pulling anything out, there is no operation. We have understood the essence of the creation. And doctors, they tell us, one by one. One by one, as doctors, more and more doctors practice the technology, they see the changes. And they see the change in the ethos they sworn to safeguard the life of their patients. Now they have the tool. People like Dr. Rodriguez makes the tools himself. We are putting now the Keshe Foundation Austria to make tools. We have people like Tim Carey in the United States building systems for American support. We see Philippines moving into university and hospitals. The technology is solid. The technology now is get proven, backed by governments, by scientists, by doctors, by ordinary man in a kitchen. And it's beautiful to see a master like Alman can report the same, what I reported for years, in an easier way. And now we have seen how they have to deceive us with false victims. That they can stop man to be free from their shackles. No chemotherapy, no radiography, no cutting open, no putting families without a father and mother, and no father and mother without children from cancer. From this week on, now that we are proving more and more, we have found a solution for cancer. The Keshe Foundation, as one race, one family, we have found a solution for our family, at least for the cancer and the others. We might change or we might have different names, but in fact we are all one family. And now you've seen it. the biggest mystery, the biggest fear of the man is buried for the man. We have no fear from cancer. As we saw from Keshe Foundation Ghana, bacteria is killed. As I said to you, I have signed an agreement started in Ghana for HIV and malaria. But as we share knowledge with you furthermore. If you have CO2 and just the water of the CO2, I have asked this from the scientists from Iranian Nuclear Center to do for me, and we'll see Iranian scientists will shine. Not only because I have a weakness as being born there, but I have a lot of respect for my scientists. My colleagues in Iran are one of the best in the world. And you will see them, they come and share with us. I've asked the same thing from Ghana. If you're a doctor, I have a news for you. One of the biggest, and I've seen many people in over the time, have seen problem in hospitals after operation, the infections, the cross-infection, the doctor touching something and the wound being infected internally, which leads to a lot of complication and death. I've asked the Iranian scientists to look into it, and the answer should be very easy. And I've asked this morning from Ghana's Nuclear Atomic Center Keshe Foundation to get the authorization to do a test. As you know, they're very precise, they do everything. We would like to make a gas of CO2 plus copper oxide, water, plasma water. And instead of using, we sterilize our knives, our tools, scalpels, everything in the operating room to 100%. But once it's opened, the breath of the doctor, the touch of something which is coming to operating room, the fats or cut or whatever of the nurses unintentionally brings cross-contamination, and then the infection. And then in so many ways we see when the skin opened up in certain ways, certain places, then it leads to cancer in those places. What we are asking, if you're a doctor, if you're a surgeon, especially if you're a surgeon, if you work in any kind of industry, we will release it, but it's good to have a knowledge from you lot as well. As part of the family, is make a gas of CO2, which is a copper oxide, make a gas of CO2, and just put all the tools in the operating room in this liquid. It can be there, we can open sacks the way we do the sacks of water, we bring the surgical gloves out or whatever. We make the gas of these waters in surgical rooms. All the knives, everything which you can use in the operating room can be in there wet. It doesn't matter, it's sterilized, because we've seen from the Ghana Atomic Energy Report, nothing in it. Every bacteria was dead when you use the CO2 especially. When the doctor wants a knife, he takes the knife out from the water, is sterilized. Can you close your microphone please in the background? And then, because the doctor puts his hand in the water to take, he's already sterilized. He cannot cross-contaminate. Impossibility, because it's already sterilized. When you want to close a wound, just with the same water or another water, another container of it, just wipe the wound with the same water. You will sterilize, you kill all the germs. The beauty with this is, as we heard from Dr. Rodriguez, if there are any cancer cells, because you create a condition of the CO2 environment, cancer will never grow. Infection will not be there. Complication after operation does not start that you have to solve. I come from a medical background of working and seeing in the hospitals from a very young age. When I went around the hospitals, and I've seen a lot of things. I've seen in corridors when the parents cry, the child lost in the operating room with whatever reason, where a mother loses a child or a child loses a father, because of there are so many people die in England alone after operation infection. Maybe we have found the solution. We'll get the results from Iranian Atomic very soon. I thank the Office of the Iranian Presidents for supporting the foundation. I thank the Iranian nuclear physicists who have started a collaboration in a very smooth way. You got to understand one thing. It's the process that we have to understand, not the science. We see now, we are testing. If you spray the CO2 in the water, just make a gallons of CO2 in a bottle, and when you go to a toilet, you go to a public toilet, you go to in the house, you get the smell, just spray it, you disinfect it immediately. But the beauty that if you have odors in the house, the same principle of absorption of the field, odor is a crystal dimension of the gas. You'll find instantaneously the odor disappears. Instantaneously, within milliseconds. There was a smell, there is no smell. Caroline tells you much better. You can use it as deodorant because now, if you can use it for everywhere else, what our body, she's testing this. She walks around spraying the CO2 and everything possible. And we see the result. If you have a skin infection, spray CO2 gans on it. If you have a skin cancer, do the same. Water off the gas of CO2. Maybe a little bit of copper oxide, very, very little. If you have a burn, spray it on it and leave it. I'm trying it in my eye. If you have foot infection, spray on it. If you have a corn which creates pain in you walking, spray on it and patch it. We've seen changes. Use the knowledge to bring comfort. You're bold, use a CO2 just with the water, just brush your hair on it. She will love you. I don't know how long for, now you look very handsome. Understand the process. In the kitchen, use the CO2 gans water for just cleaning around the house. You have young children. Try it. We have to try it. It's our freedom. There is no certification for being the last man standing. It's not anymore the last man standing. I use a specific word. The last man understanding. If you understand, you can save your life. We still don't know much of this technology. It still needs to be opened up. We opened up the medical application. We opened up the agricultural application. We opened up the land application. We opened up with Fukushima, decontamination. As we've seen in a recent publication by TEPCO, the Japanese government lied to the public about melting down of the reactor for 2 months. It's in public now in Japan, and people are very angry with it because the head of TEPCO announced we lied to people for 2 months. We were told not to tell. They told you another lie. That they have not used the Keshe Foundation technology, but they did. Habitual liars cannot stop. We have pictures of our team in Fukushima on the plant. And as you know, I release everything. I can release it to you by next Thursday. I need authorization. We tell you the address right in the center of the plant, in their auxiliary systems. As the Japanese government TEPCO lied for 2 months, there was no meltdown. They lied too. They never used Keshe Foundation too. The same as we've seen with our people who make criminals by paying them to come. No victim, now victim. It is very easy to create mayhem by the people who have a lot of money, because with it comes a lot of pleasure. I will personally file a case against the Red Circle for attempted murder, as I already have in the Italian courts. I have evidence. I am the victim. Document says, and I have other people. He's a murderer, and now that he knows he's going to be caught like Mr. Sterling, he makes everything to divert attention. Make as much dust that through it you can escape. You got to understand, all of you are correct. Technology is solid. Bring it in. Let's see. Bring more in. What do you achieve? We are freely teaching. We are telling you what we are doing. We are releasing the blueprints. We have seen a report from Innovation Center in respect to doctors tell you about the acidity of the stomach or the saliva and alkaline. Let a simple scientific data show you. Renan, are you in the background that you can show us what you showed in the medical application yesterday with the doctors?
Oh, buddy.
Hello,
yes, Mr.
Renan.
Keshe, I will open it first. Give me a minute.
Okay, no problem. Now, what you see is what was shown. This is knowledge belonging to the foundation, which is you, which was shared with the doctors yesterday in the medical section. Then you understand how, in a simple way, you can change the acidity of the mouth if you have a mouth cancer with simply touching Gans water with your mouth, or if you have a stomach cancer by swallowing. It can help. We need data, so we ask you, if you're in a village far away from Dr. Rodriguez, but you have a stomach cancer, you listen to us in the back villages of Togo and you're real, not fake, take a Gans water. And let's see if you are the first ones who report to us there is no stomach cancer. We are looking to expand the knowledge of the man to live free of pain and suffering. And this is how a family looks after each other. Have you managed to find it? Brendan?
Almost, sir. I'm transferring.
I hope you have a better transmission today than yesterday. What you're going to see with Brennan is that they have taken a smoker with a high acidity level, and then by just breathing CO2, they have measured the concentration, again, back of acidity or alkalineness. And then they have tested this outside the body with a CO2 water plasma. It's a very impressive data if you understand it. And it's a very impressive data. If you're a doctor, maybe you can use it. It is understanding it and then applying it. This is what we are looking for. If you've got a mouth cancer, try to use the GANs, the water GANs of CO2. Do not use copper oxide. Please do not use copper oxide for the time being till we can tell you more how to use it. You can use copper oxide, but it has to have a ratio, very remote, that you don't change tissue muscles. Are you there, Renan, or can you share? Hello, Renan. Rick, do we have him or have we lost him?
Well, he's still on books. He just unmuted. I think I prematurely unmuted him.
Okay, let him come in. Renan, can you come in, please?
Are you okay unmuted?
Hello.
Can you mute me for a while?
Mute him. He wants to be silent for a while.
Okay.
Okay. Do we
can't-
have it?
I can't hear you, Renan. Not able to for some reason.
Mr. Keshe, if you like, I can share the document and Renan can speak to it.
Yes, okay, please go ahead because you have it. Dr. Klaus is the coordinator of the health section of the Keshe Foundation with the doctors, and he's present in all the presentation. He organizes all the teaching. Dr. Klaus, please share with us till Renan can come in.
I can't mute you, Renan, so you'll have to mute yourself.
Go back to the first page, please. Okay. Renan, we have the PDF file. You can speak over it. Hello. Renan. I do this. Oh, let's put this way. Dr. Klaus, as a doctor, you better explain to us because you were present, you understand it.
Looks like Renan dropped off for a little bit here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Klaus, if you go from the beginning of the page, you can explain to us what was the test.
Okay. The test was they were using a health cup to improve, as you mentioned, the condition of a chain smoker. And the goal was to validate the effect of this health cup, which the smokers used. And as you can see here, this is the profile. It was 30 years old gender male. And what he did, he was for 14 years a chain smoker with at least 14 sticks of cigarettes per day. And as you can see at the next page, Renan and his team, they used this health cup, as we know how to build it. They used the pH paper for measuring it, and they also used plastic containers. What was the experiment setup? This patient was, as we said, a test volunteer, and the man made to breathe on air plasma with the plasma health cup, and as Renan here mentioned, consequently, of subject's saliva was measured 1 per hour intervals to check on plasma longevity effect. What they did, the man at day 1, he breathed on the health cup once only. Day 2, he breathed on the health cup every 4 hours. So what can we see at the test? You can see exactly that the pH readings reduced after some hours, and there was a significant increase. Increase of pH from 5 to 9 after breathing on the health cup. And the increase in pH was sustained for 2 hours. Significantly drop was observed hereafter, as you can see here. These are the test results. pH readings using pH paper. And as you can see, as the second diagram, you can see a significant rise in pH for every instance where this man was made to breathe on the health cup every 6 hours, and the saliva pH dropped back to original levels. And here again the pictures for proving it. So the conclusion of the innovation team at Philippines around Renan, they were that the results have shown that air plasma CO2 in the cup. Application has very promising effects on human body based on this experiment. And added now to the knowledge is the immediate influence of air plasma, CO2, to an acidic environment by changing its state to alkaline. It is already given that cancer and many diseases don't thrive in alkaline environment. This is additional information, has here nothing to do with this experiment, but this is additional information. And with this application of air plasma, it will create many opportunities for health applications. And as Renan states in his last sentence, more study is needed to explore further the usage of air plasma. Yes, Mr. Keshe. You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you so much. I had got the connection already.
So you can add now your experiences, please.
Yeah. You got to let us explain. Brennan has the Keshe Foundation research team around the world. And he's one of our top guys with Verni in the Philippines, and they do a lot of work. They have joined with the universities and other institutes that are working heavily. And as you can see on the top of it is a Keshe Foundation Product Innovation and Development Group. We need this across the world. It doesn't matter where you are. You can join us to test and become part of it. And let us see how we can help each other. Thank you very much, Renan, for all your work and your team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I have another presentation about the other using CO2 water drops. I can share my screen.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is the other testing with the human saliva pH level. So we just use the CO2 water gun, CO2 GANS water to change the pH level. So some few drops. So the same materials and same person who does the smoke. So for the breathing cough, there was a question. It was 10 minutes. So he did a 10-minute breathing every 4 hours. So I'll come back here. So this is the simple setup. So container A was added with 3 drops of CO2 GANS water. Container B is our control. And we'll see the results here easily. So here's the difference. So the original saliva was 5 level. As you can see, this is the color of 5, pH 5. And here, if you can compare the color of pH 7 to 8 here in this one, darker area. So we put 3 drops of CO2 GANS water. Then it increases suddenly the pH level of that saliva. So that's why we feel great when we drink the CO2 water, as most people have been drinking energized with the CO2 water GANS. You can feel refreshment and sometimes it's sweet. So we can tell that the pH level increases with every drop that we put. So, and also right now we're testing how many layers of drops of water that can be compared, that the pH level can be transferred to every container. So that's the next test that we're also doing. So here with the simple testing of the pH, we can really conclude that the CO2 water can increase the pH level of our body system, especially when the saliva is changed. It also helps the change in our physical body, in our stomach as well. So that's the simple test that we have made. So we're doing ongoing tests for this, and for this is only one case, and we will do other cases to compile all different tests. So we will also utilize, instead of a person that is smoking, also a healthy person in his level, that's as a non-smoker, and test also. so we can compare the difference at its pH level. And that's all, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renan. What's the next step of development? Where are you taking this to?
The next step, Mr. Keshe, is the one that you have presented yesterday, that we will be testing the water. If the water of GANs, just the drop of CO2 GANs to every container, and next container, will still it affect the pH level in every layers? Because we have already seen the actual application on this, but we need to prove that its pH level will be carried over, even though it is been dropped to a different water. And once it is dropped in the container, like a container A, we drop CO2 GANs water on it. When its pH level increase, then we get another sample water within the container A and drop it in container B, which is distilled water, and will still affect its pH. So we're gonna test how many layers, up to what limit that you can transfer the information on certain. So we will do until the 10th layer, if it can still transfer the same information from one water to the next water.
So you get a cup, you take the water, you take a drop from that water, and you go to another water, and then you can drop, and then 5 or 6 cups down the road, you test again to see.
Yes, sir, and test again. If the pH will still carry out until the end of the testings.
In a way, it's very much like homeopathy.
Yes, sir.
You made the mother tincture and you go that, but you're making now mother plasma tincture and you go that. But everybody can do this now. And you don't need to sit and beat it up 100 times or 10,000 times anymore.
It's already been proven with the patches that being used, because the patches that we are still using right now, we're just refilling the spray bottles. So the spray bottles, we don't put any more CO2 water GANs from the source. We just don't let it dry up, or about 25% of the bottle is already left. We just add more distilled water in it and we spray it in the patches. And still the patches has its effect to relieve pain. So
yeah, we know that. You're using that one hopefully with the Armin, with the plasma technology. That's perfect. That's perfect. Anything else you want to add?
Not now. Nothing else.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe at this point we can announce something very strange to some of you, but this was the way the foundation is going. As you know, Keshe Foundation is part of the Ghana Atomic, which is part of the University Structure of Africa, Ghana government structure. As you've seen, a simple man with a knowledge of science, like Keshe Foundation team in the Philippines and around the world, are developing things that is beyond the imagination of the present man, and it doesn't take long to do. I brought this into the attention, and we soon, as part of the Keshe Foundation, we don't see why men have to spend 3 years in universities to write the thesis and the papers. I have suggested, and hopefully we deliver from this coming months, maybe up to about 10 PhDs in Ghana University, and for 1 year. We don't see why people have to spend 3 years hanging around, where in this 1 year you get the same PhD from the university at the level of space technology, spaceship program technology. So if you are, especially in Africa, we will offer preliminary 10 PhD in the university. You'll be educated, you go to university to get a PhD in plasma in 1 year. So this is what is coming up. This is what we now got on the discussion table with our team in Ghana to finish the negotiation. And you can have, there is no reason, the results are so fast, you don't need to wait for months and have elaborate machines, a cup, CO2, and the rest can do. We have the latest systems, and as part of the investment in Ghana, which we are doing to set up factories, we are offering the first 10 PhDs in the coming months in Ghana. If you are from Africa or Ghana, contact. We'll give you the contacts to do. And if you have an idea, you want to research on it, we give you the facilities within the university. This is the beauty of the technology. So the research center is now moving to universities with qualification and certification from universities. Brennan, you have done a comic for children to understand the plasma. Do you want to disclose this now, or you want to hold it back? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Rick? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Not sure if we need to unmute Brennan, or he's on two different lines here.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
You're there,
Yeah.
okay. Would you like to show us what you're doing for the children teaching?
Okay. So we have this, I will show just a initial picture. This is for a while, I'll open it. Because we are looking into having a comic, and we're going to do some print out of the comic. So this is just a draft for us to view how we go about it for the children. And this is an idea that comes along with the team here. And there's a group of artists and book writers who are also working with us in the foundation. And they have decided to make a project of having a book or a comics. So I'll show you. This is just a draft.
Maybe others who are good in these things can join the Keshe Foundation Innovation for Children, that we can develop this, that children from young age get the right idea. They don't have to change their mind halfway in education, that what they've been told is something is slightly different and wrong, or what needs to be added to it.
Yeah, so this is done by Nino Abellana and the team. So this is just a story book for how to make patches using superheroes, plasma man superheroes, and how people get their pins. And there's a technology that's being shared. And from that, there are instructionals. So it's a comics with instructionals and a short story. So we can set different storybooks like this, and if you have the ability to do this, you can contact us in the innovations group as well to build this type of educational materials. So we can also do actual printouts for handouts for this, and you can, for your schools or in your communities, to purchase it from the foundation, and eventually help increase the spreading of this series of different comics for kids' awareness about the technology. So this is one of the things that been in the background already, that we have also set up for the comics sections, and also for the virtual or for the kids section. So hopefully, once we have approval with Mr. Keshe on how to proceed with this, we will share this information and put this in the website of the Keshe Foundation. So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Brennan. We have a presentation by our people from the East. They've started a channel which was created on the Facebook, and they have found a very quick followers, some 7,000, 8,000 hits in a week. And this was set up initially by Caroline in the background, and we would like to share the knowledge these couple have brought us. It's fantastic. I hope we can learn something from it. Would you like to share that, Rick?
Is that, so you plug in here? Is that the, with Arvis and Letha? Is that the...
yes, with the food.
Okay, there's the food one. They also have the easy carbon stick technology.
Show both of them and we leave it to people to judge them.
Okay, now I don't know if either one of them are here right now that they want to comment or whatever, but there's one PDF.
It says, is that Arvis, the
Yes.
name? He's
Arvis.
there. It says yes. I just seen him on a panel typing yes. He's there. Let him explain.
Ah, there he is. Let me promote him to a panelist. Okay, Arvis, I'll unmute your microphone.
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Just automatically. No.
Hello, Arvis?
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes. Do you have the video yourself, Rick, or the pictures? And
I've
then
got
he can just tell you to follow.
I've got the PDF with the food. It's called Liquid Plasma Kitchen. I also have the PDF, the Easy Carbon Stick Technology. And I've got a video, excuse me, GAN's production with the carbon stick, I believe it's called. I've got a couple of different ones here, actually.
You can, yes. Yeah.
Perhaps we should have a look at the video, the carbon stick animation video. That could be interesting. It's 6.5 minutes or so. Does that sound good, Mr. Keshe, or would you like to start?
Yeah, no problem. Because we're sharing knowledge, we are here to learn.
Okay, let me get that set up here.
Please understand while you're getting set up. From now on, we have shown regarding the Mr. Paul from Togo, which is his paymaster, Red Circle in Antwerp, how we allow them to come in deliberately to show you how they're working. From now on, anybody who wants to make a presentation, you have to do it a couple of weeks before that you get vetted, and then we do our own security. You have to explain what you do as a disclosure, because people listen to you and they believe your lies. This is how you're lying on the internet about the scams and everything which is wrong with the victims. So we will from now on do a thorough examination of every video for every aspect. It has to pass the security checking before we accept it. You are one of the last ones that we allow you to show this, but make sure when you make these kind of presentations, you don't use anybody's name or records or whatever, that they can be a claim on it. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll play the video here.
Okay, talk us through it, please.
Yes. Yes, of course, we need to use clean water. Absolutely. I don't know how people use the seawater, but I would suggest to use distilled water so you can take the control.
It's going too fast, Rick.
Maybe you can put with the pause, it stops. And,
yes, because it's very, very fast.
Yes, it was done just in 1 day.
No. The speed of going through is very fast.
Of course.
We don't get away. We need to frame it that we can read it.
We can go through the PDF maybe part by part, and he goes through, and it might be easier to explain it there.
Okay, please do that.
Okay, let me just set up a little better. Okay, so we have the first page here, and there's a bit of perhaps Arvis would like to either discuss it or read it here, or perhaps I could read it, depending.
You read it, please.
Okay. It says, let me just make sure. It says, today, after the 119th, I think it was after the 118th, perhaps, public teaching, we saw that the nano-coating of copper is still a huge problem in the GaNs production. It comes off the plate and people can't produce good GaNs. If you put your electrodes or plates outside your GaNs jar, it takes a very long time to produce the GaNs. We need something faster and more effective. We are happy to share our new technology for GaNs production in very high quality. It doesn't matter what kind of GaNs you produce: zinc, copper oxide, copper, iron, or even food GaNs. We have made huge amounts of experimentation with GaNs, and now we are ready to share our results with everyone earlier as a preview. We wanted to share more, but we did not finish it all yet, and we will upgrade this technology very soon. All started already some time ago, last October of 2015, when we tried to understand what is nano-coating, what we use for any GaNs production so far. Our question was where we got carbon in electrolysis with iron and nano-coated copper plate in the saltwater electrolysis. Then we realized that black layer on copper could be copper oxide, or maybe it is carbon layer, what makes all the processes happen. Mr. Keshe taught us that nano-coated copper has a hexagonal structure if we look from above. Check out information about hot alkaline, caustic soda, black oxide, copper oxide process. The copper surface coated in this way has to be treated by oil, wax, or lacquer. After finished treatment, it gives not only a more aesthetic appearance, matte, glossy, or lustrous, but also improves the corrosion resistance and anti-friction properties of the nano-coated material. But there's a problem if you put this nano-coating in electrolysis. Nano-coated copper, according to Keshe Technologies, are copper oxide, CuO, black, layer on the copper plate and carbon. But there's still a problem to control the GaNs production process. It gave so many different results depending on the temperature, type of salt, purity of materials, the powder used in the electrolysis, etc. Is reasonable. Why do we see so many different GaNs produced by different people? Because each of us use slightly different materials in different conditions. For example, iron oxide can change its color in different pH conditions. Up to 7 different colors could be obtained. They can change its metal oxide crystalline structure from simple structure in acid medium to very complex crystalline structure in alkaline. Copper 2 oxide or black oxide has similar structure as graphite. When you nano-coated your copper spirals with the torch, you clearly see rainbow colors showing out and becoming black very quickly. This property is also common for both the copper and graphite crystals. It is one of the different forms of carbon. Graphite crystals also has a hexagonal structure, or B-cone layers of hexagonal structures network. If you could achieve separate these graphite layers to one single layer, you can get a superconductive, super resistant, and at the same time, super elastic material, graphene oxide. We start to experiment with replacing nano-coated copper plate with a simple carbon stick. So big was our surprise when we realized that this works very nice and gives more convenient results. I asked Arvis, how did you find this solution? He smiled and said, it was in front of my eyes all the time on my working table, but I was too blind to see it. I thought carbon is the base of all known life on the planet Earth and the fourth most abundant element in the universe. It could be soft in a pencil or hard in a diamond. Carbon comes in several forms or isotopes. Carbon dioxide in the air is an ordinary carbon, C12. Carbon forms almost 10 million different chemical compounds. It means the majority of all chemical compounds. It is exactly as Keshe said to us, you don't need the copper wire, take it out. Now I can understand better what he meant by this. Suddenly I saw how huge are the applications of the Keshe technologies in any aspect of human life. I understand that it's so wonderfully simple, easy to use for everybody around the world, even if you're on the move. But are people ready to appreciate it? I could use this technology to feed my selfish ego, but I felt it is more important to come together and share all experience. We have to put together our foundation with equal opportunity for all. This is the beauty of it, as Mr. Keshe says. All are living in the duality of this world, and it is our choice to decide which force we feed. We decided to publish this simple method for human use and as fast and wide as possible. So please share, download, translate, and make it possible for everyone in this planet. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for your knowledge you gave to all of us. And it goes on to say how to make GANs using a carbon stick. It shows a carbon stick, pressed graphite, as a replacement for the nano-coated copper plate. Materials are carbon stick and other plate. It could be copper, zinc, or iron, salt water, power supply, crocodile wires, they mean alligator clips, and jar. Set your electrolysis, wherever you are in this plant. As the power supply, you can use a simple battery or a solar panel. The carbon stick to the negative and the other metal to the positive. GAN's production starts immediately as like liquid vapor coming out of metal plate and nice bubble CO2 coming out of the carbon stick. Okay, we have an open microphone. Giovanni, your microphone's open again. That's the third time. Okay. So we go on and we see there's a production of what looks like CO2 GANs here. And it mentions with this method, you can obtain even different fractions of GANs. It is very easy to separate them from each other. You can see in this long, narrow tube that there's the different, what he calls fractions of GANs, different levels or layers. You could get very pure CO2 GANs, it says, and so on. Shall I go on here, Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Okay, good.
The knowledge presented, we have to be.
Okay. Okay, and says we've tested power supplies settings that are best for most of GANs. You need very low amperes to make the GANs in a jar. For CO2 production, use up to 0.6 amps do not look at the voltages. More amperes, more heavy zinc oxide or other metal GaNs will be produced. For CO2 GaNs, the medium is very alkaline, pH 10 to 12. For the best CH3 or iron GaNs, set the power up to 0.12 amp. If you want to catch red, orange iron oxide, Fe2O3, more power will produce the Fe3O4 black iron oxide. Each of them you can use for different applications. The orange part carries more oxygen. We use it for feeding. It also contains CH3, metal group essential for living organisms. Contains more than 100 amino acids. I'm just going to mute you temporarily, Mr. Keshe. You can hear your breathing. It's good to hear you breathing, but it also contains CH3 metal group essential for living organisms, contains more than 100 amino acids, and is lighter in mass. The black is a more dense part and is good for use in batteries. Results from copper, like iron, electrolysis also could be very variable depending on the conditions, material, and medium you use. See these different setups here, different colors. This is all called the carbon stick method. Food GaNs made with this method is very light, very energetic. You can feel energy just by holding a jar in your hands. You can feel the taste in your mouth, and you can try even to smell it. GaN's water is strong enough for different uses. You can make, you can use it then in a liquid state, make a pasta, I think, or a paste, or make powder by drying it on a flat plate. We are still working on new techniques, and we will publish upgrades in the next few days and weeks. It could help a lot of people to get results very fast and good results. We try to keep it as simple as possible. Follow us on the Liquid Plasma Feeding Facebook page and YouTube channel. I hope other people also will share their experiences as soon as possible. All advanced GaNs masters can find his own way to upgrade this technology. For beginners in GaNs production, we offer a simple starter kit for symbolic contribution could help us to move on in our research. And it shows a kit that's available apparently at the at that Etsy listing that you can see at the bottom there, and so on. Okay, I believe that's the end of that presentation. Arvis, do you want to say something at this point after I've sort of said it all through your presentation there? Maybe I'll unmute you and see if we can hear you there. Hello?
Hello. This is the base. Basically, this is the base what we need to learn. If we will learn this, we will understand the forward move. So we need to start with this. Once we will get finally very good quality the GaNs, so we can move forward, start to learn how to use this liquid plasma and how to nano-coat it and so on. So we will explain also the different methods how to nano-coat the wires, but it will be nano-coated, and the nano-coating will continue to oxidize on wires also. It's also very easy, but it could be very good for pens or the macros or other systems. And so on. I think I will show you more as in short. If you have other questions, maybe, because for me it's difficult to start, but what we
can you tell us? We've gone through the procedure, reading it. So all you do, you get a what do you call it, a pencil, and you can use it as an electrode in a way.
No pencil, because in pencil there is the clay to get softness or hardness for the pencils. This is not good. The conductivity is less than graphite.
Okay. What do you need next? What do you need?
They selling like a sheets, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, I know all that. I want for public to understand. If you're a public, you just buy a pencil, I can do it. Explain to us so.
If you can you see my video?
Yeah. So all you do, you just put it in the container, and the rest of the procedure is there. Renan, is it possible to? Renan, is it possible to take this out? Yes, if you get the permission, they need to go. If it's in the public domain, you can use it, but make it in a way that is easy, or if you think it's perfect with their permission, to put it on the gas production as they're named, like we do with the others. Oh God, he's got his whole beautiful family there. What are you trying to do with us? Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for the knowledge. It's so simple. I've seen you're creating a lot of traffic, people understanding it easier way. It's beautiful what you've done. Try to make it in a simple way. Don't add the music to it. We edit it, and then we can show it as a movie on the website. Okay?
I changed it already.
You've done it already. Okay, thank you very much. I hear you don't have a bedroom anymore.
No.
Bedroom has become a research lab.
That happens to a lot of Keshe experimenters, I think.
Yeah.
That's the graphite?
The carbon, the graphites, yeah.
Yeah, this is it meant for electrolyte. This different type of it was used in the metallurgy already. They're just hiding it from us.
No problem. We'll see what we can do with it.
Mr. Keshe.
Some people are using, that's a rod there too you have, right?
Yeah, Armand is there.
Here.
Okay, tell us what you do. Now you are there. Now we can see your beautiful faces. Tell us what you do. Hi, Armand.
Show yours, Armand. There's Armand.
There's Armand.
This, Armand. You take this and polish it. It will come like a brilliant.
Let's speak Russian to him. He understands.
Polishing.
Yeah, but tell Armand understand Russian very easy.
I nano-code this.
Можно говорить по-русски, если ты хочешь.
По-русски.
Armand, خصمه.
Well, what is nanocode in Russian, Armand or Arvis?
I don't know. I'm not quoted.
There must be a word for it. Make one up.
Covered.
Armand has to take the picture of.
It's quite new term, nano-coated.
Nano-coated. So we're gonna go follow it. If you give a permission to the foundation, we put your procedure, your paper as part of the blueprint that people can follow if it's okay with you. And it's a beautiful way to bring it and showing it to us. I see you have a lot of people trafficking, looking at it and how they can do it such an easy way. And as I said, we are in a school, we're learning it. Pardon?
My son will learn it very soon. He asked a lot of questions about it. He asked me, can you please ask me the question, how can I make emeralds in my body? I said, be patient, please.
No problem. You can build anything you like. If you know how to do what you got in your hand and turn it the right way, in that bucket you'll receive as much diamond as the lady next to you likes to use. You just got to put just got to put a right patch around that bottle which you're creating the CO2. The way you separate the carbon to start with from the plate, and you will see diamond depends, you decide on the size. You become bigger producer of diamond than the Russian government. You don't forget. No, this is serious. Let us understand what happens with the carbon when it becomes a diamond. It's a carbon. If you give it the right environment, it just like a popcorn blows, and we call it a diamond. So now think of a way to blow it the minute it comes off the plate before it oxidizes.
Before it oxidizes.
Yeah.
I said,
so you can every single atom on that plate, can be the size of a diamond you like. 10 character, 20 character.
I haven't. I bought it already.
Now you understand. You see, the carbon comes from the center of the Earth as atomic, it becomes atomic to the high pressure and ionization of it. Literally, when it goes through the volcanic eruption, you create a nano-atomic carbon. And then at a given structure, it just pops open. And it becomes a diamond. Depends on what level, the conversion of the popping becomes the size of the diamond. So you can produce as much diamond there without any temperature, but with creating the right condition for it to pop. And it's very easy. When the first person does it, you all be laughing. How could we not to do it?
Yes. I think finally it will be like that. How I don't see it. It was just in front of me. Everything was in front of me.
I know. Thank you very much for sharing the knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and now it solves half of the problem for Arman and the manufacturing group.
Yeah, here, Mr. Keshe, I'll show you.
Listen, it's a big difference in the it's a big difference in the box than in the bottle.
Be careful. They are very, very strong. And when I took the plate, I just put it on the cat. I feel it.
This one I ordered it already for this one. This is the package I am sending to Arizona. I already.
They are not allowed in a plane. They are not allowed from the mainland from China. They are not allowed to leave the China with plane.
No, it's not China. It's Arizona.
No, then they export it from China. Can you explain to us to understand more what exactly these carbons are, now that we can see you?
It's a graphite.
Graphite.
Yeah, okay. It's a graphite. You call it graphite, to me it's still a carbon. So explain to us now that we can see you than reading an article, how you do it. Show us physically that people can follow you.
We will show everything.
Yeah. Do a video and do it, and please keep the bedroom out of the action. It doesn't need to be. I hear you're very active with it, but move on. It's a fantastic knowledge you brought us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for the knowledge. Rick, where are we going next?
Well, they also have a presentation called Liquid Plasma Kitchen from Arvis with his HCl and NaOH method for food GANs extraction.
Is there any music with it?
No, this is a PDF
show it,
presentation.
please.
Okay.
Please show it.
And okay, there we go. Let's get that lined up and share screen here. There we go.
This is an old one.
This is an old. Have we seen this before?
maybe some seen, some not.
I don't think we've showed it on the workshop.
It's to him, if you're on the 16th of or 20th of June, he says it's an old one. It's dated 19th of May. 1 month is already out of date. Technology is moving too fast in the kitchen. Okay, let us learn at least the basic.
Very, very interesting something also will come later.
Pardon?
I'm preparing in the kitchen 5 liters of lavender guns.
Uh-huh.
I will share it. This.
Thank you very much. Would you like to go through it, Rick? It's easy
Okay.
for you.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go on to the next page. Let me do it a little differently so we hide the sidebar. There we go.
There. Yes. Okay. Let's go.
All right. So this is food GANs with Arvis Lipa food GANs extraction with HCl and NaOH method, inspired from MD Keshe and teachings of the Keshe Foundation, but modified for future experimentation. Okay, and okay. So what is it? Arvis Lipa is a follower of the Keshe Foundation teachings for the year 2015. He says this technology resonates perfectly with his own life's experience. One day I will tell you his story also. He feels like he is in a perfect connection with the Keshe Foundation people. He's trying to apply these technologies in his own life. He was one of the first persons who started to make the Keshe pain pans with crystals in France at the end of October in 2015. I'm just going to, I think I'll mute you, Arvis, until I need you there, and also Mr. Keshe and Armin. That's the other one that's noisy there. Okay, here we go. And he started to make a pain pen in rosewood, made several magras for his home, experimented with the plasma reactor. And she says, our home is so plasmatic already now that people can't lie here. It brings peace and calm. When you feel this energy for the first time, it's like you get a sixth sense in life. He is an only Keshe Foundation counsel for the Latvian language. He gives his contribution also for English and French-speaking groups. Today, we decided to share our own liquid plasma food kitchen method based on Keshe technologies, but with some modifications. Arvis said, I usually go my own way. I'm not a good student. I'm always asking too much questions. Let's look at the digestion process in our body and try to get the essence out of it. Liquid plasma food GANs. I love food, its smell and taste and colors. All my friends know how important quality of food is to me. I still very strongly believe that our body needs salt and sugar, all depends on how much. We also need fats, specifically if we are living or have to be prepared to live in a cold climate. Water is important. Your intention in life is more important than ever before. But sometimes he thinks, would it be very good to replace cooking and eating with pure energy? Imagine how much time, money, and space food takes from our lives, how much time and money we spend to move food through our body. Is it possible? Let's try together. Materials, you can find them in every home. Hydrochloric acid, HCl, 23%. Caustic soda, NaOH, 100%. Quite a huge amount of CO2 GANs water, several liters. Heat-resistant Pyrex bowl, heat-resistant jar or bottle, blender, fine kitchen strainer, electric heater or other heating device. I used a lab hot plate with the magnetic stirrer. A baby bottle heater could also be used. Lots of distilled water for your CO2 GANs solution, and a little bit of salt and sugar. Other conditions, a well-ventilated room or open area, mask, gloves, safety glasses, a free day to do it, a little bit of your favorite food. Take account you're dealing with strong chemicals, so take all precautions. I don't suggest mixing the different foods. I prefer to make a set of them and then choose what to use depending from our needs and desires. If you mix all together, you get gray color liquid plasma food, not very attractive looking. I feel like an artist, and liquid plasma kitchen is an art. To create an artwork, you can't mix all the colors together. You have to play with tones, shadows, and light. We have 4 main tastes: sweet, bitter, and salt and acid. To get a right combination to feed your brain with these tastes, you have to apply the same principle like in the kitchen. You combine sweet with acid, and bitter with acid, and bitter with salt, and salt with sweet, etc., and use different flavor spices. Do not forget your emotional part is very important. Love what you do. It is the same in the traditional kitchen. If you do not like cooking, how could you make a good food? Liquid plasma HCl NaOH method by Arvis Lipa. You know, I am a molecular biologist, and I was really skeptical at first about liquid plasma kitchen. I am a very grounded person. Arvis says, "You are my earth," like mostly women do. He is my air or inspiration, and we both love fire in action. I'm looking always for a logical explanation, the essence of truth. I made my first food GANs while Arvis was at the Dubai conference. I wasn't satisfied at all with my result. After Dubai, Arvis was so enthusiastic and said, we are missed something. So we started to ask many questions around, but not find a clear answer. So we found the feminine and male energy, knowledge, and creativity together to try to get the essence out from food GANs. I was thinking, we have a constant electrolyte balance between the plasma compartment, between extracellular and intracellular medium. During passages of solutes, we always have almost the same scheme. Plasma going to interstitial medium, which goes to the cell liquid, and vice versa. There are exceptions. See the red blood cells, direct contact with the plasma environment, hence their specific membrane characteristics. Yes, Arvis pointed out to me and said, let's go back to school and study the digestion system step by step. With this method, we try to replicate the natural human digestive system. We start our digestion with the teeth, which is a blender. In this stage, the pH is neutral to facilitate the movement of the food to the stomach. In the mouth, some type of sugars start to decompose. In the stomach is a very high level of acid medium, mainly HCl with a pH of 1, is added to decompose the food mash in a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. Proteins are decomposed to amino acids. Digestion process in your stomach could take up to 2 hours. All depends on your meal. Vegetables decomposes faster, meat slower. Then the acidic substance from the stomach goes into the intestines, where it is a completely different medium, a very strong alkaline. Intestinal juice, pancreatic juice, bile, all nutrition particles is taken in the intestines. There's a huge amount of water involved. Your body is 72% water. You take only what you need, all other will be evacuated. Maybe sometimes it's better not to learn so much, but just keep it simple. Let's start with chewing. Blend your favorite food with the blender. Add the same amount of HCl. In this case, 23% HCl is used, like your stomach does. Usually digestive problems start when your stomach has not enough HCl for food decomposition. I added also a little bit of sugar for more energetic value of final product. Put your jar with the food plus the HCl in a heat-resistant bowl with CO2 GANS water, plasmatic medium, and keep heating around 37 degrees Celsius for some hours. Heat is the presence of fire energy and is well known as the main source of organic decomposition to get atomic level substances. You can do it also in the hot summer sun. When liquid in your jar is become dark brown approximately after 2 to 3 hours, you have to neutralize the acid. Add a touch of salt, NaCl, and then add a little by little caustic, NaOH. Do it very slowly because the reaction could be instantaneous, and keep stirring. Do not use any spoon. GANs can attract any other information from the field. Until caustic doesn't react anymore with the acid, then add distilled water. So you have made a very strong salt solution, NaCl solution. Let it settle for 2 to 3 hours on an electric heater. For your personal safety, just do it in a very well ventilated room, an open window, or outside in your garden, etc. Remember, you're dealing with very strong chemicals. You have to add CO2 GANS water and filter it with fine kitchen strainer. For further process, use only filtered liquid. Now it is time to wash it with the CO2 GANS water. The liquid becomes a little bit foggy, very light substance. Let it settle down, wash it again, let it settle down for several times until you get a transparent water and a very nice layer of liquid plasma food. With this process, you wash out the salt from the liquid. You get a very homogeneous solution. Now, put this in a larger jar and add CO2 water. You will see the solution become more cloudy. Slowly also, fine particles become visible. Let it settle down for some time, and you'll see first GANs on the bottom of the jar. Wash it again with CO2 water for several times. I let them settle down in sunlight for some time. Repeat the process until you get transparent water on the top and nice airy GAN substance on the bottom. You have to wash out mostly all the salt. It's really blown my mind. It's so nice, delicate, and looks like it responds to your thoughts. Some more pictures. We'll keep you updated on specific liquid plasma kitchen GANs in YouTube and Facebook, etc. It looks so slight, so delicate. And thank you. Okay, that's the, thank you, Arvis, for that presentation. Arvis and Letha.
Thank you very much indeed. It's fantastic what we've seen. It's, as I said, when you come to the point of understanding, we add to the knowledge. And this is beautiful what you brought in, the way you make it. And in so many ways, life created this way. The life on this planet was created as you see. Vegetation are part of the structure of making the what I call the horizontal people. In a way, the vegetation created, digested, and produced the first gases. That the availability of these gases became the next step, most probably in the life of creating the what you call the horizontal ones, which is the red blood cells, as we are human beings. We seen that this is not coincidental. As you know, Jackie works with a lot of things in the background, and with him past few days, we have been looking at it, and I said to him, when a man reaches a point, I teach. And I think we have reached a point to understand the beginning of the creation. You showed us how gas was made with NL and CH. I'll let Jackie show what is shown, and then I'll explain to you how life was created on this planet. I've touched on this before, but somehow all this is coming together because it's the right time for man to understand how he was created on this planet, the origin of life. Jackie, could you share with us, please? Thank you very much, Lisa. We look forward to learn more from you. When you have more, don't put any music on it. We have a gorgeous son of Rick to read it for us. Thank you very much for your contribution to the knowledge.
Yes. I would suggest use baking soda instead, so caustic, because it overburns the food. If you keep just a second level, so it is very crucial to understand. As we see, I terminated. This is the pollen from the bees.
What is the white one? Can you tell us?
We can see it's clearly. We keep the color. It's made from the bees. What do you call it? Oh, this in English. Pollen.
Pollen.
Pollen. Pollen.
From the dust that bees are collecting.
Pardon?
Pollen.
From
Yeah,
flower.
flower, yeah, from the bee. What is the white one?
The ticket.
Just a ticket.
Pollen.
No, the color white. What gas is that?
This one is
This
ginger.
one. Ginger.
Rick, stop your
What is the one next to it?
Ah, here. On picture.
Yeah.
The picture is the white one. Should be the cheese, I think.
Can you show the bottles again? The video wasn't up.
This is the ginger.
Ah.
This is the ginger.
Uh-huh.
Eggshell. Also white. Eggshell.
Thank you very much.
But this is made with bicarbonate soda, and I terminated with electrolytes with the carbon stick. I boiled, I cooked it.
Okay, that's perfect. Listen to the next. Thank you very much indeed. Please share knowledge with us. You told us what you are and what you do as a scientist. We respect your knowledge you brought us. What'll be interesting, what is to come next might shock you, but maybe you can use it in a different direction. I asked Jackie to show you something. We've been working in the background with Jackie the past few days, and it's coincidental in what you show, but in a way, as I said to Jackie, you brought the knowledge. We used what you have shown us, what Jackie's going to show us, and then I explained the process of the life created on this planet, how we became to become human beings. It's a very natural process, and I think Jackie is going to show us. Following your teaching, we extend the knowledge. This is happening in the past few days. I have never seen your program. Jackie showed me what he's doing, and we followed it up. And then you understand how simple life is and how we can create, replicate it around the universe in a way if we bring the right condition in. Thank you for your time. Jackie, would you like to join us and show us and share a screen with us? Thank you very much. It was a fantastic cooking. I hope it tastes as good as it looks.
I hope one day one will cook something from. Maybe I can send some film from here.
No problem. Thank you very much indeed. You have a gorgeous smile. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye. Jackie, would you like to share your knowledge with us, please, what you've done, and then we go through the process.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We just want start from the beginning, because it's a long way, you know. This is the beginning of the story. It's when you speak regarding the diamonds and crystals. And at that time, I just realized that we can create new kind of matters. But you know, soon I understand that I don't want to take diamonds or gold or whatever in space, and I'm most interested with life. So I go and search and make a longer research on how to make things different. And then I start with the eggs. I show the eggs. And this is the beginning when I start understanding the plasma, because when you speak on the kids workshop, the difference with the egg with the shell and without the shell, and when it's soft, it's the plasma, and when it's hard, it's the matter state. And I start playing with the plasma and looking at different way to understand it. And I make some incredible experimentation with the egg. And this is the yolk of the egg. And I have other combination where I have the full egg, but in a soft matter for a long time. And then with all this experimentation, this is the white. And then it's a long time I start to play with different ganses of food, and I make a lot of different ganses of food.
This looks like a jam shop.
A what?
A jam shop. You know, you go to a shop to buy jam.
Yeah.
It's all a Gans jam shop.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was with the feeding system, with already working for me, and for 4 months approximately, that I eat quite nothing, just a few solid food per day, with incredible results. But with all this experimentation, at what time, I just realized I make some ganses. This is the beginning of the experience. It's only 2 small wire, a copper wire and a copper wire nano-coated, really small. I put some currents and I make some GANs. And that, at that stage, I said, but I only keep the energy. I take all the energy of the GANs, but now I will try to release all this energy. And so I put, this is the other picture. I just want to show you the release of the energy of the GANs. I put an acid solution on the GANs, and suddenly all the GANs take a total other shape.
Okay, can you go back again? Exactly what you did?
Yeah, back. This is the beginning.
Yeah.
This is the wire, the beginning.
The copper wire and the nano-coated wire.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
With the current, give me this.
How long did you keep the current going?
It's small impulsion, 1 or 2 minutes, 5 or 6 times perhaps.
At what level? 12 volts?
Yeah.
Okay, carry on, please.
Okay. And yeah, this is when I put the acid into the GANs, the video. So the GANs become, this is another setup. So this is the end. When all the acid take the GANs, this is this liquid. Only a green liquid. And I understand at this point what you said regarding the fields and all these kind of things. And now I remember different things you are speaking regarding how to create life with iron and magnesium and all these kind of things. So I had I had some magnesium and then some zinc, and after a few times it starts producing something like that.
But is there electricity still connected or not?
Not. No electricity.
You see a heartbeat on your plate.
Yeah.
Try it again.
It's incredibly hard. This is where I discovered how much energy we keep into our bucket. And this is growing, the brown matter, it's like a tree matter, and it continue growing and growing, and you can see what it's becoming. There is no electricity, 24 hours releasing so much energy, and this is what you get in your bucket.
What is the plate that you are using?
Zinc. It's the zinc who releases so much energy.
Do you have a caustic in your solution?
No.
It's a salt only.
It's the acid.
What is your solution?
But did you tell him you put other things in there?
I said I put some magnesium.
Hmm.
I put some sugar GANs.
Yeah.
I put a special salt that I get with the evaporation of my old ganses. So it's like GANS salt.
Which you collect on the top of the container.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I put some iron on the liquid plasma of iron, and a little bit of GANs of bones marrow, and a little bit of GANs of protein.
Everything is just a little bit, but how far is the little bit going? Do you want to show us more?
Yeah, this is the...
Mr. Keshe, you remember when I did this 2 years ago? I blew the planet.
Yeah. But this is not creating oxygen. You see there is a pattern. You see those jars underneath and the jars around it? What has happened, what we create is a create of like the womb of the mother. We are surrounding the box with different ganses. We are surrounding the box with an environment because this is how life has started. If you allow this to carry on, most probably you end up with two things. We have asked Jackie to do another one instead of magnesium to use iron, which creates a hemoglobin. With this and a fat, which creates the green, we start seeing a structure of life. This is how life on this planet started. When the acidity of the planet balanced off with the salt which was released with it, with the strike of the lightning which happens on most of the planet, people have to realize when you enter in the space, in deep space, in the environments where it's heavy lightning, this is the planet which life shall start. Release of energy. That's why I asked Jackie, how did you say 1 or 2 minutes, just 1 volt and 2 volt? But that's all it is. Half of the condition creation of life is the release of energy that it can start. It's like putting a match to a fire. You have magnesium, you have every other element to create a vertical entity. And then with the other one which has iron in it, you start a horizontal. But we see creation of white things. The brown in the condition which was created has become and becomes the trunk of the tree. In a man, the brown became the skin of the man in Africa. Look at the color. For the first time, this is not trying to show anything, because when Jackie showed me the first, I said, now you understand the process of life. This is how life has started. Gases coming in touch with metals in an acidic environment of the planet, and then being there for a while, and then the change of the condition, bringing the salt, acid and salt, they created with a stroke of lightning, most probably the right condition, the life begins. And then the conversion of the energy, some of this microphone is open in the background, and then the conversion of the energy from acidic to alkaline creates the first process of the current flow, and then the carbon in the plasma of the gas creates the connection, and that's how everything gets linked up and life has started on this planet. If we didn't have the acidic environment from the beginning, and we had the salt environment after, or reverse of the two, we would have had a different combination. Or at a point when there was a balance just about acidic and alkaline, doesn't matter which one came first or second, with a delivery of the energy that it could start a process, which is, in most of the cases in the universe, is the lightning. The life has started, and it will not stop. It will grow its own brain, it will grow its own legs, it will grow everything which it needs according to the salinity of that water which is there. So now you can see, any of you understood this process, understood what we saw from Latvia. Our friends showed us how you make the fruit. You create the right condition, you shall create a living, intelligent being. There is no other way. The only thing is now, because you have the bucket and you have a control, you speed it up. But when it finishes, if you have the time, in your time to finishes, it will have legs, it will have fins, it will have lung, it will have a stomach, it will have the heart, it will have a brain and everything else. Because it's a natural process. But don't forget, once you set this process up, you are in the room. You give me the information how to make a copy of being. Space agencies for a long time have been trying to replicate this, but they haven't managed to, because they never understood the principle behind it. The acidic and the alkaline, the transfer of energy across, if you put the right elements in, now you understand the possibility and the creation of GANs, you have created life. In deep space, you decide to have a steak. If you still got your mouth, you can make your own steak. And now you understand how to mix it. You have to allow it. You see the reason I asked Jackie to put those bottles underneath, because like a womb of the mother, you still need to receive some of the energy of the planet, plus what you add to it. So, any of you, if you understood the last session and this section, you can create any animal you like. Depending on salinity, depending on the process of element, you can create a fish, you can create a red meat, you can create a white meat, you can produce even chicken. Because it's the process which you learn. The calcium gives the beginning structure. The radiation from the fields of the plasma is to support life. Whatever is needed, we give more. If you change the combination of the gas underneath the bucket, you'll get a different animal, because now you're releasing different kind of energy into the system. And test it. And come to us in a few weeks' time. You say, there are things moving in my water. You have become creator of new life. That's how simple life is started on this planet. And all the mayhem behind it is, the truth is there a God? Or man has become the freak accident of science, of the mixture of the chemistry of this planet.
I am of the school of thought of the second. There is no God, but is the God, which means the evolution of the release of the original fields that He has led to the creation of being of different conditions anywhere across the universe. Because we receive part of the field of originality. If we call the original field the creator, yes, there is a God, because He created the field, the first field. The release of the origin of the fields of the plasma, you call it the origin. Choose a name for it, the creator, the God, or whatever. But was the intention to make man, or man is a byproduct or interaction of the fields? That's for man to judge. And all of you, now you understand the interaction between the ratio of the salt and acidity, and salinity gives you what kind of life you like. And if you understand this, maybe you understand why man cannot breathe out of the water. But if you change a slight factor in the salinity of the body of the man, man can swim anytime, anywhere on this planet. It's the ratio which has made a difference. Anything else? Thank you very much, Jackie. Have you still got the second one, which is the white one with the iron?
Yeah, I try and I work on it. I have different setup, and it's totally different reaction, and I try to master the process.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing knowledge.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's nearly 1 o'clock. Is there any more, or shall we call it a day, Rick? I think he's got.
Well, no, no, we're still here. I'm just trying to find the correct windows.
Let's call it the day. We have
sure.
4 hours. It's going to.
It's been 4 hours here, so that's good.
We meet on Tuesday, as usual, in the teachings and the public teaching, and we are informing you after the 15th of July. The teaching will carry on till the end of July, but after 15th of July, I do not teach anymore. I'll be here only on Thursday mornings, and Tuesday afternoon sessions will be closed as usual when we're not there. And teaching for the doctors and agriculture side will carry on. Now the doctors now, they have learned how to walk. We see how they run, and I'll be there in the background if there is a need of help. There is a lot of development needs to be looked after as the foundation enters a new dimension. Don't forget that today we announced the beginning of the sale of the Keshe power unit, backup unit as a generator. We deliver within the 90 days criteria, and please, we have a limit to these numbers, because the production has to be adjusted. The initial units will be about 12 to 13,000, and then we have to adjust a lot of things for it to be done. You will receive the macro unit, which is a C certification, and other parts are adjustment to it. On the other hand, we had a number of people who would like to pay for the motions, and they want to pay cash. Foundation cannot accept it. You have to send the finances, the money to the account of the foundation, and then you go through the clearance, security clearance, and we'll see, and a bit faster we decide when we're going to close it. Then we enter the next phase of teaching. As I said on Tuesday, we started teaching for the spaceship program as the motions much earlier than was announced. So we're going to close the teachings. We don't allow people to come in halfway or in the middle way. We start teaching on the internet to set you up, and then coming together to start the process. We want to be ready by before September at least for the flight systems and takeoff and landing and everything else, that we at least secure. If anything goes wrong drastic, we have enough people up that we have show there was a sign of life somewhere in this universe
called Earth, and we are the passengers of it. So if you are joining us on the motions, please complete it as soon as you can. We received the application form. The donation has to be right, not by cash, but the bank transfer. It has to be clear where it's come from, and we proceed. We have seen a number of fake accounts that call themselves Motion with the JH. These are all fraudsters. The whole thing sits with the Keshe Foundation. We have seen a number of people claiming to be or selling products which are not certified on the Keshe Foundation. The products of Keshe Foundation are sold by the foundation and its distributors, and any distributor who joins us sells any other product which are not carrying the certification from the government of the origin, please do not buy, because we are not responsible for it. We've seen a lot of fake. They use our boxes with the Italian numbers on it. Our system comes through the post through us, even if you buy it from our agents. They can confirm and show it to you, their agent, and they carry it. On the other hand, the backup units, which has been as a generator put on sale from today, 1400, you can go to the website and purchase it directly. Most of you who joined the trial for the eye drops and the rest, you have received your emails. Please respond with the agreement that we can start shipping the material to you, and we'll see where the next steps come. We announce a further development, as we heard from the doctors in respect to the cancers and the others, and we see you are trying. We are again now looking for those who want to be tested for cancer by the scientists, by the doctors around the foundation. We have to furnish systems built for these scientists, doctors, the systems, and teach them how to use it. We put a value on this of how much we cannot actually assess. It's development cost, how we're going to do it, but we're looking into that. When the doctors agree what value we can put on the process of using the technology that we can add, we'll announce it that people can come in, or we start building centers for cancer. In the next 2 months, I will announce this. We build places you can fly into where there is no restriction on health applications, and it's the openness of the science of the mind. We wait till my arrival in China, and if we can come to an agreement with the Chinese and the African nation, we will open the health centers where you can come in, go through the process, and go back. This brings huge amount of wealth to the nation, but at the same time brings a huge amount of knowledge to us as a foundation that we can process it. This is not a stem cell technology. This is, and I committed my foundation to correctness. With this trials, we try together, and you become part of the technology, part of development. We don't keep you just to sit there. We teach you that when you go back as a patient, you become a master how to help the others. So we will announce a program for the cancer that you can join us. There will be a fee around it. We cannot see how much we got to consult with the doctors. Now that we know we have managed to defeat the cancer for the first time in human life without a second cancer as we see it now, in the next week or two we announce it. We are looking for positions. We are looking for people who can openly run centers and be part of the foundation. There is something which we are looking extensively. We've been donated 20,000 square meter of land, not very far from Barletta of the Keshe Foundation Center, to run agricultural tests for development of the food. If you are an agriculturist or you want to test, join us. You have to get in touch with the agriculture team, and they assess it. The land has been donated to us for use. We don't own it, but we have 20,000 square meter of land for agricultural tests. You want to try different kind of cancers and see the effect on it. Now we have the land to do it. We can put somebody there, you pay for it, or the foundation pays for it, to start the evaluation of producing food. My first aim will be to produce seeds which are not GM controlled. I would like to see how far we can reverse by using GANs any modification done on the plant, and then the information will be freely available. Any other things as it comes, we tell you. I thank and congratulate all the Keshe Foundation members. We have managed to break one of the biggest pedophile groups, and we put one of the leaders in a way that our children are safer. Now we have to work together to put the rest away. We know, as I said, the control of the system comes from Red Circle in Belgium. Now we know he is involved in the 2 murders, attempted murder on 2 scientists, exposure to a child, which is trying to make it normal, and at the same time, he is responsible for the murder of 2 Moroccan girls. Don't forget, this is where hope works out of. 2 Moroccan girls killed under the true contract are, he is responsible personally. He has shown you to be in control of. Please look after your children. These are wolves in the cloth of man. We've seen one of them sticking his head out on Tuesday teaching, and when we chased it, he is actually pretending to be a teenager, but he's a 47, 50-year-old man in Austria, in the name of Thomas. You won't find him. Go on Alan Sterling Facebook, and then you'll see him very easily. We have to do one thing. Show these people their place is with Alan Sterling. They should be castrated in where they belong, not on the 11th floor with a multi-million and paying their children from killing scientists. We file and we carry on to bring Red Circle into justice, European Court of Justice, now that we have brought in and we shown we operate correctly, and a murderer should not be running the streets of Europe if this is a law, unless he's protected by the murderers. It's important because it's our children. Keshe Foundation supporters have set up a website for it. You can enter the name of children missing and share knowledge with us. Which scientist you know is being murdered, where and how. And we'll build a structure, and the international security community is asking us to help them, now that we helped them with Alan Sterling for bringing in the Red Circle and his team. You've seen, as I said, Susan's brother living in Holland, having a safe house, in helping charity for children. Hope, false hope, living in US, running to Morocco, running the same process, helping charity children. The black gentleman who came to Keshe Foundation, again, running a charity out of Tunisia. You can see the similarity. And we have seen, we release, we have to inform you. The newspaper will release full details on the protection of their system, all the data which has been collected, and you will understand how they operate. All on the false name of hope of helping children, orphans, sick children. And now you have seen it. At the beginning, they speak to each other, they don't know each other, but they've been operating heavily underneath. They're all having a children charity. Check into the name of Susan's brother in Holland, and the hiding house where they hide the children when they traffic them in. Security services have found them. In the next few days, you will read it in public. The same with false hope. Ask the Parliament of Morocco why she was interviewed, and she'll soon be arrested for sentencing, as we did with Mr. Sterling. And the one who sits on the top of the nest looking after everything on the 11th floor in Antwerp, your card is up. Attempted murder, being involved in child murder of 2 girls of Moroccan, the way false hope has brought you. That's why you could give some kindly and little nicely interviews. Now we laugh, we fool them, we do it again. Please join us to protect and release the name of the children who you know gone missing, scientists who gone missing. The website is set by the supporters of the Keshe Foundation. Go on it. Will be publicized not by us to create us a problem, but through appropriate channels, you will find them very, very quickly. Murderers of children, rapists of the children, murders of scientists have one place to join each other with Alan Sterling. Life sentence. And please, don't threaten your children that if they speak, you do this and that to them. Maybe the punishment you're serving is raping them again, red circle, but they're grown-up girls with grandchildren. Have mercy on your soul. You have no mercy on no man's physicality. Thank you very much for today, and sorry to be come to this point, but we have shown we are correct, we work correct, we deliver correct, and it's our job to protect our society, that by getting rid of these people, we can enter the universal community of peaceful life. Thank you very much for today.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, once again for another lively workshop here.
If you have access to the website of the Keshe Foundation for the new MagRap generators, you can show it. I've been asked by the. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's called MagRap Plasma Power Generator. Has been valued at 1,800. We deliver within 90 days as usual. This is without shipping and taxes. As usual, we have delivered people who bought it and enjoyed it. Now, maybe push the level of the science to the next level, that we become independent of the energy source. In a way, the energy is glued on the coating. All we are doing, we are using it now that we've seen it with the other users. Thank you very much, Rick. Have a nice weekend.
Great, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed. You can go out with the emojis if you like. There's no problem.
The Mojang video? Okay.
Yes, please. Thanks very much.
Just give me a minute here.
Okay, and then one announcement, says Flint. Just the private teaching Q&A will be in about 1 hour. It'll be at 2:30 European Central Time.
Okay, we'll get that video set up here. And just to let people know, this is the end of the 119th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, June 23rd, 2016. And let me just do the screen share here one last time. And we'll play the Mojang video.
Would you like to be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology? The Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is now taking applications for the Man-Originated Zone Habitation and Nutrition Training Program, or Mojang. The goal of Mojang is to teach trainees how to create and utilize the magnetically oriented joint habitation and nutrition system that will be used for life in space. Be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology. The 3-month Mojang training program begins in the fall of 2016. Apply today at mojang.kfssi.org. Trainees will be taught every aspect of plasma technology needed for them to go to space and survive, and will be educated in space ethos. Participants are expected to bring the knowledge forward to the peoples of their nations, to prepare them to become peoples of space. Matter propulsion technology. To date on Earth, we use inefficient and costly rocket propulsion technology, which burns fuels to overcome the magnetic gravitational fields of the planet to go to space. We power our rockets, our cars, and our homes by burning matter to release the energy that we convert from one form to another in order to create motion and usable energy. As well, to achieve objectives, rockets, for example, have to carry large and heavy payloads of fuel, which means that they're payload dependent. Matter propulsion technology is very destructive, inefficient, polluting, and wasteful. Now, let's look at the new alternative, plasma technology. Plasma technology uses the properties of the entirety of plasma to create motion, lift, and energy, without destroying the characteristics of matter. The system utilizes magnetic and gravitational field interaction to attain positioning and motion. Nothing is burned, there's no waste, and no pollution is created. Plasma technology is efficient and not destructive. Current human scientific achievement is the result of a progressive evolution in science and technology over thousands of years. Plasma technology is the next step in that evolution. It's viable and it's here today. You could be one of the first humans in space using plasma technology. Apply today to the Mojan training program.